here we go. Oh, that won't work, will it? Oh, I think it did work. There we go. Hello, everybody. How are we doing today?
Good, good.
Good. Good. Hold on.
Were you up at like 4 in the morning on
Yeah,
Discord?
I woke up in the middle of the night, which is why. I think I have to change. Chat might be not hearing things correctly. No, that's our headphones. Speaker.
That's not good.
Device. Yep. No. Okay. It should be good. The only thing that's off is the music. They probably the music might be a bit loud for them right now. And yep. There we go.
Another lovely day in Release Lava. Ah, yes. This hellhole of a place.
Yeah, this is it's just because I changed my headphones but didn't change my setup to appropriately handle the change of the headphones. I'm just gonna change around some buttons later. All right, cool. There we go. All right. I love Melissa Harbor. Melissa Harbor is such a beautiful, calm, relaxing place. Don't you agree? May the dice be in your I can't read that word, it's spelt wrong. Fav hour. I don't know.
There's no H there.
Fav hour. Yeah, well, hour is spelled without an H, like hour.
Yeah, but
That's
you said
right.
how.
It's okay, Scott. We know you only understand English simplified.
You like
Actually,
when maximum.
I think we spell
you like when.
anyways.
You like when maximum. You went maximum Boston there. You were like howa.
Howa. Anyways. All right. There is a 30% chance undead after dusk, so keep that in mind. There's a 30% chance of undead in the dawn. Keep that in mind. All right, Jake, you want to catch us up? Remind us where we are?
Sure. Well, we made a deal with the gnome, who then... actually, you know what? I don't even need to recap because not that much happened, right? But the most important thing in this recap is that Neil is about to be healed of his ability damage. All right, that's where we left off on that. Yeah.
That's right. A lot of talking and checks happened.
Yeah, we made a deal with the gnome to take out the Dice Lords guy, whose name escapes me right now.
Dreyfus.
Dreyfus, that is
Dreyfus,
right.
yeah.
And
the only other thing of like big note that happened was we made a deal with the merchants to get that money out and to tell them when Dreyfus goes down.
If Dreyfus goes down.
If Dreyfus goes down, yes.
Yeah.
James already went down, I thought. He jumped out of a window. Neil said, "You will be my bitch." And he's like, and then Neil made him his bitch. And it all worked out. And the heroes lived happily ever after.
Yes, that's exactly why we have someone reading a healing scroll right now to Neil.
Yeah.
Now,
right.
Scott,
I
I
mean-
remember last time you said that you would give him a +5 to the checks if we reached the goal for that stream. Now, if the weekly goal was 10K and that stream reached 5.5K, I imagine that night's goal probably was achieved, don't you think?
So they're doing 10K throughout the entire week. How many days have this
Throughout the
stream gone
entire
so
week,
far?
yes.
It's only been
2 days.
Wow.
2 days, but last night was 5K.
Yeah,
I haven't seen the updated one for tonight.
If you're halfway in, sorry, if you're halfway through and you're only 2 days in, that's pretty good
Yes.
odds. What do you think, chat? Do you think we should give them the +5? I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think? Neil, you want to make a poll in chat so they can decide while I pull up numbers real quick?
Let me check what they were at up after tonight.
No,
because
I don't.
The 5.5 was last night, so after tonight it might be different. Let me have a look.
I like you bringing us in there, Green. That was really good.
We are.
Oh wow! Okay. So
we start
as
as our
tonight,
heroes gather around as an idiot savant is about
Scott.
to try.
I mean, it's a very accurate statement, really.
as of tonight, Scott, they ended over 9K.
Whoa!
Yes. So
They're definitely gonna hit it.
God
That's
damn.
3 days. That's 3
Yeah,
days.
holy
And-
shit.
Wow. Well, good for them. What charity are they
yeah,
supporting
that's
again?
fantastic. St. Jude.
Oh, St. Jude. Oh, okay, that's awesome. So 9,000 what?
$9,024.
Wow, that's amazing. That's awesome.
It is fantastic. That is absolutely fantastic.
Are they streaming again tonight?
Because like a lot of times when you have like the week-long events, they
Yeah.
lose steam after the first day.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
this is kept going, which is fantastic.
Well, it seems to have built up because 2 days for 5 and then 1 day for 4. You know.
No, 1 day for 5, one day for 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was 3 days in. Oh,
No,
I
2 days.
misunderstood.
I
Gotcha.
was on day 1.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It's because of time zones. That's why. Yeah.
Yes.
They're streaming. They go live at what time tonight?
So let me get the actual tweet
Because I'm up
from
late tonight,
Jay.
so I can always swing by and donate myself. So
Yeah, let me get the actual tweet from Jay because
Jay is the
that'll-
spoons guy, right?
Yes, he's the spoons
Okay.
guy.
Yeah. I'll totally go by and donate.
Oh yeah, because I realized I had the wrong time in the thing. Okay, so it goes from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. PST. I was
okay,
just in the
yeah.
second block, which is why I put the 1 a.m. to 4 a.m.
Yep,
because that's
yep.
the block that I was in. I didn't know there was a block before that as well, but it runs for that full time.
So 10 p.m. is around when Lost Initiative ends, or is supposed to end.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, cool. So
And yeah,
I can raid them and all right, cool. That's awesome. All right,
That's perfect. Yeah, and
hold on.
it
Let me set a
goes
reminder.
till
Hey Siri, remind me to donate at 1 a.m. to Jay. Okay.
and
perfect.
it goes till Friday the 20th, and then that's every night till then.
Perfect. No, that sounds great. Because I know it's a friend of like Wade's and Pat's. I know he just followed me recently because I've rated him a few times. So he seems like a nice dude. And the spoons thing is a little
He's a
nuts.
really
It's a little,
well, hey, that
a little nuts.
it's his thing, which I love because it's just so random and comes out of nowhere.
You see, the thing I like about it is, first of all, it's fucking weird. And you got
Oh yeah,
weird. And then apparently he's been nonstop spooning for like years now. Like it's
Yeah.
not like this is like a kitschy thing he's done once or like he's been spooning for years. So
very
Yeah.
much so.
yeah.
What's really cool is he like a big thing that he does multiple times a week regularly is he helps people through end game content in Destiny, some of the really hard stuff.
Mhm.
And he requires like no experience, nothing. He like just like all he requires that you listen and be a certain like level. And he's like, yeah, we'll get you through it, which is really awesome.
Yeah. It's nice when you have somebody that's actually like a halfway decent person. Okay. So we have let's see. Ranks, skill, intelligence mod, because remember he uses intelligence instead of charisma for this.
That's right.
Feat, and a +5 because clearly Jay is absolutely going to crush it. So a +5 will handle in game in 2 seconds. We'll apply that
Yay.
inside there in 2 seconds.
He got
and
the plus from the potion I gave him, right?
oh, the potion. gives
Oh
him
yeah.
a +4 to his intelligence score, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, cool. That brings it up a little bit more. So,
Fuck yeah.
perfect. And then anything else I'm missing here? I don't believe so. All right. So he has 3 ranks because he's been training in it from literally his background plus what the gnome is tricking him to do. 3. So he has a +3 for ranks. A +3 because it's clearly a class skill, right? That he has. A +4. He had originally a +2 intelligence. Then your potion gave him a 2 more, so it's a +4 intelligence. So that's already a +10. Then he has a +3 more from skill focus, and he has a +5 from what we're about to handle in game to handle it. That's about an 18 modifier to roll against this. Okay. Now,
wait. Isn't that the exact same modifier that Nick had on Monday night there with one of his events?
I mean, Nick is king of twos. He's just the king of twos. That's just what happens. Good morning, V-Sword. How you doing, girl? I feel like I only get to see V-Sword on Wednesday mornings, which I always appreciate that you're here. It's just I feel like that's when at least maybe that's just when I notice you most often, because you have like bright yellow name, so you always pop. Everybody else is like, my name's blue or green or purple, and you're like, I'm bright yellow. Good morning. All right, let's see. So to read, I wrote. Wait, reading scroll, deciphering, activating a scroll. Let's see. So if the user meets all the requirements, they can cast it, no problem. But if you don't meet all the requirements, if she meets all 3 requirements, but her own caster level is lower than the spell's caster level, then she has to make a caster level check. DC equals scroll's caster level +1. Let's see. Bump, 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 bump. If she fails, bump, 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 bump. Okay, and then where's the other? Use magic device. There we go. Bump, 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 bump. So, use a scroll. All right, so, and we're using the spell. All right, I'm just pulling up the last roll right here. Pathfinder Restoration is the name of the scroll. All right, so you guys get to make the choice. I will allow you to take the choice, and I'll tell you what the modifiers are now that we have everything pulled in, okay? The scroll is Restoration. Restoration is a 4th level spell, which means that the caster level, let me do this, spell level 4. And that means caster level for the scroll is 7, right? So those are the details right there that are important. No, actually, I do dark. I do dark mode. Of course I do dark mode. What do you think I am, a boomer? Of course I use dark mode. So anyways, spell level is 4. Caster level is 7. So now that we understand that, we have 2 ways of casting this scroll. One of them is the use magic device check. Okay, this is the one where we're talking about the +5 modifier, so on and so forth. So to use a magic device, it is to use a scroll is DC 20 plus caster level. So that means the DC UMD DC is 27, and they have a 1d20 plus 18. Okay. The other one is a caster level check, in which case the DC is Scrolls caster level +1. So Scrolls caster level +1, so it's gonna be an 8. And they have a 1d20 plus 1. Okay. So that means with one of them you have to roll a 7 or higher. With the other one you have to roll a 9 or higher. I think that actually makes it pretty... because it is on there, because this is the thing I was getting myself all tangled up with last week. The reason why I was like, cool, I can put it off till next week, because I have to double check this shit, because I always get confused. If it's on your spell list, which it is for a cleric, and I said this person was trained as a cleric when they were younger, you do a caster level check versus a UMD check. If it's not, because you're like a wizard or whatever, so this is like the gnome was the one reading it, that's where you can do the UMD check instead. So you can do either one of those options. Jake, you have, I think, 2 different options on you. You have Eagle's Splendor. Do you also... No. Fox's Cunning. Do you also have Owl's Wisdom as a potion on you?
No,
You don't.
I don't.
Okay. So if you do the UMD and you fail, that doesn't necessarily mean things go wrong. So if you read a scroll and you, if you don't have the sufficient score and that ability, you have to emulate it, which they can do because of a class features of theirs we talked about last time. Cool. So so in addition, casting a spell from a scroll requires a minimum score. Yeah. So here's the big thing. So you have to roll a 9 or higher as a UMD check. Because I'm letting you guys roll it. Let you guys decide this. I can roll it. Anybody can roll whatever. So focus on this one. If you do the UMD, you have to roll a 9 or higher. If you roll the caster level check, you have to roll a 7 or higher. Now that we understand this, if you roll the UMD and you fail, not necessarily anything bad happens. If you roll a caster level check and you fail, there's a chance of mishap, which means you have to roll a DC 5 wisdom check. This character clearly doesn't have a very high wisdom score. They have at least an 11 because they're able to cast first level spells. So then if they fail that DC 5 wisdom check, a mishap happens. And like bad things can go wrong. I'm going to remind you of Devil Keep.
Yes. That natural one has haunted me for a long time.
Don't worry about it. He paid for his sins.
Yes, you did. So, all right. Now that we have an understanding of what the stakes are, and what have you, what would you boys like? Because you're not going to fail the UMD check by like a crazy ton. It's just not going to happen. You know what I mean? Even if you roll the natty 1, which we don't do critical failures in this campaign, even if you roll the natty 1, you still have a 19 against a 27. You only lost by 8. You didn't lose by 10 or anything like that. So you should be safe. So one is a slightly greater odds than the other. What would you boys like to do? And who wants to roll for each scroll?
I just want to clarify that if, pardon me, so if the UMD fails, it still consumes the scroll?
No, not necessarily. Because more or less he failed to read the scroll correctly.
So how does
Then it
that
would-
work in as far as like trying again?
You could in theory try again. So remember I said not necessarily, as Norway's saying in chat, if you fail by 5, it'll consume the scroll. But again,
Which I don't
no
think we
mishap.
can.
You can. If you rolled a natty 1, that means you failed by 9. But a luck die could.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
So
Yeah.
so you have to roll okay to not have it consumed. So again, it can be consumed, but not necessarily. Whereas the other way, it'll absolutely be consumed no matter what.
Let's use a use magic device then.
Okay, because use magic device is a little bit safer. It's just you have to roll a little bit higher. And you still have luck dice, of course. I don't know how much you have.
Yeah, it's choosing the other way is risk reward.
Oh, hold
but
up. Actually,
right now
somebody just
we-
gave you guys a Winifred's Wisdom 15 minutes ago. So one of these you're going to have you're going to have a +5 to beyond everything else discussed. So that's good news.
Oh, good.
That is good news.
Does that mean
Okay.
if you rolled the caster level check with the +5 and then you roll, because he has a +1, so if you roll a 1, he still passes?
So Winifred's Wisdom is supposed to
No.
be for like skill checks. So
He has to.
I thought it was, wasn't it any D20 roll?
how is it actually phrased?
Yeah.
You might be right there. Yes, Tesh.
What I was trying to say is that's still not high enough for a guaranteed success. It makes it almost guaranteed, but like the
Well,
It's
once
a
you
single
add
roll
skill
a
check.
one.
No, it is a skill check.
So it says skill check, right?
Yeah, it's a skill
Yeah.
check.
Yeah, so caster level check is different from a skill check.
But a use magic device is a skill check.
What?
UMD,
I'm
yes, but
confused.
not caster level check is what he was asking before.
Yeah.
All right, but you can
Okay,
definitely
so
use some
UMD check is probably what we want to do then.
Okay.
I think because Rosen is so infrequently here, we should make her roll it and
Ooh.
doom my character.
but hold on, if we're gonna make Roz roll, right? If we're gonna do Ra's roll, does she get to have the Winnie, or does she have to roll raw?
Please do. What a way to phrase that.
Yeah,
Yes,
let's not.
I think we use the Winnie. No raw dogging. Jesus Christ, Scott.
I didn't say anything about dogging. This isn't like just saying. All right. So with it, you have a plus. So is she using the Winnie, yay or nay?
Yay.
All right. Rosin Winifred's wisdom. Could we get a 1d20 and it's a plus 23? So you just have to beat a 27. You have to roll. You have to roll what, a 4, whatever it is. So 1d20 plus 23. She just rolls a 1d20. We do the math.
I was going to say,
You can't mess it up. It's fine.
She rolls a natty 20, and that's the. I just whacked her. She rolls a natty 20. There are 2 separate checks, and one of them gets to Winifred's. You are correct, Green. Let's go.
You just do the D20.
Yeah, the exclamation point 1d20. That's all. It's a lot of build up for this because it's okay.
Holy
we needed that
fuck.
one for the other one. Okay.
That's
Oh,
a
boy.
40? That's a 40.
Okay, well, the good news is the first one functions. We'll go over the in-game, how this all plays out in a second, okay? We'll explain it all after we're done with the numbers. The problem is now the pressure's on. Now we got to do it again. And we already got the 17 out of the way. Okay, the second scroll, same thing, UMD.
I think so, because if we waste the scroll, like, that's it. What are we gonna do? Wait another 3 days for them to pull out 10,000 gold?
Who's to
That
say they have
won't
another
work
scroll?
then. It won't work then as well because it'll be after 24
Exactly.
hours.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right. All right. All right.
So yeah,
which-
better this way because there's less chance of it consuming the scroll,
So it's still a plus
even
18.
if things go wrong.
It's
Yep.
still a plus 18. Okay. Okay. Are we
Hang on, let me just double check my potions one more time.
Yeah, you go right ahead.
Actually, yeah, I might as well just in case I have something.
The reason why I was asking about Owl's wisdom is because if it came to the DC5
Protection from chaos, if only.
Rosin's here. There is no protection from chaos. Ask Norway.
No, I don't
Disguise self. I got nothing.
He could disguise himself as the gnome, and then he gets more confidence.
Yeah, that's definitely how that works.
Right, I got nothing.
You have anything there, Neil?
No. I mean, potion of enlarged person. Like, look how big your dick is, bro. Look at it. Oh my god. Oh my god, he can do it. No, I got
Did he
nothing.
say scroll or wand? No. All right. So are we good to go with this one?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Who is going to roll and which roll are they doing? I don't mind being the one rolling the dice.
I think someone else should pick the second one because I picked my one and mine was fantastic. Like, hard to do better than a 17.
I'm gonna bow out of this
Neil
choice.
gets the +5, and then he's like, I don't want the responsibility any longer.
I'm trying to think. In my mind, I'm going through what people roll in chat regularly. Like, who rolls high regularly? Who rolls low regularly?
If only True Blue was here, though he let you down recently.
Yeah, that's the trick. You can't go for because they'll regularly roll high, and then the one that really
And then
matters,
they'll roll,
just absolutely F it up. I think this would be good to weigh on Norway's conscience if he does. Norway, please don't give me energy drain forever.
To be fair, though, he might just be carrying that Rayron, regret. That
No. There's no way Norway would. Norway will be like,
Norway
this is
run.
a different character.
Oh, we didn't even say what the roll was. We
You
didn't
didn't know.
specify
We're
which.
good.
No, we didn't specify
No,
what
no.
the modifier was.
There's only
yet.
one.
It's
What? There's only one,
It's
though.
a use
It's
magic
plus 18.
device.
UMD or Kestrel.
You already said it there,
Well,
Scott.
it's a UMD,
we
Scott.
said that. Scott, we said that multiple times.
I
We
don't
said
know. Can we check the
UMD.
VOD? Can we check the VOD? I feel like
No,
it
no,
was
no.
Who are you?
there.
No,
Who
no,
are you
no.
asking? Who are you asking? Can we check the VOD? Sally, can you take it back 30 seconds, please?
We said multiple
You don't
times.
have an editor.
We were doing the UMD.
Maybe we should have Norway roll one more time just to be sure. Norway, can you go ahead and we'll do it like we'll roll one more time. You know what I mean? We'll do it like a disadvantage roll. You know? So we can just take
The stop Scots are in chat, I'm afraid.
God damn.
Wow, get wrecked. Also, Norway, that was callous. That was my level in your hands then. You rolled again.
And Steve
Wow,
rolls a
Steve
natty 20 because it doesn't
Just
matter.
rolls a 20, yeah.
Yeah.
God damn.
No, but only because it didn't matter though. If it mattered,
Yeah.
Steve would have been like one. One? Does that work for you?
Look.
All right.
And me free.
All right. Cool. Well, let's describe how this plays out for a second, okay? So last time we were there, he was more or less talking the, as Norway phrased it so eloquently, idiot savant, through more or less explaining how he was grooming this this person to be like a really good at use magic device for scroll use and whatnot, specifically because of Dreyfus being here and kind of wiping out people and what have you. So he was having this person kind of practice doing these things while hiding their background of having been raised in the clergy. So he was kind of like almost, he was like backhanded complimenting the NPC during the conversation with you guys. And you're like, hold up, I have a potion here that, can you drink this? And he's like, oi, what's this then, mate? Ooh, indubitably. Like it was like to help him out with his skill. Once again, he kind of like pulls up the scroll and he reads it over and he gets comfortable with it. And the gnome is just kind of like, oh, actually, just one more moment. I'll hold on a second there. And he'll go upstairs and he'll go and retrieve like a pin that he has, like almost like a lapel pin that he has, and bring it down and say, this is a few charges left on it. Why don't you go ahead and use this? Just as you're reading the scroll, focus on the pin and it'll assist you in the matter. And so he'll go and get it, and he'll kind of like attach it to himself and read over the scroll.
Oh my
and he'll
God.
look across the way and say to you,
Chat, you
yeah,
need to save. Chat,
Oh
you
my
need to save
God.
these.
yes, all these nat 20s, 3 nat 20s that were just used, now when you guys need them to roll something, they're going to roll trash.
Chat, you need to save these.
Yep.
yeah, I'm excited.
That's
Yes.
quite impressive. That's a lot
That
of
was
20s.
very impressive.
Awesome. By the way, you know who usually asks chat to roll for them? Me. Chat's not rolling for me anymore this session. I refuse. You've used up all the 20s I could have used against them. Now I'm rolling everything. Yes, the summon snake's already shown. These are for you, Scott.
You can reach the lower down digits, right?
That's good. So anyways,
That was nice.
so he busts out the scroll. He's got it ready. He's about to start reading. He's just focusing on the pin. He looks across the way to what's his name, Tristan, and says, "Are you ready?"
I guess so.
Yeah. Same kind of energy on that one, man.
Definitely going to
confidence.
impact your life as much as mine.
He smiles and says, "Yeah."
Didn't he take a potion?
He's smarter. He doesn't mean he's wise or charismatic.
Never mind.
All right. He looks down. He starts reading the potion, and we'll do we'll go back to the secondary one. Gracie, Falia. Because that's the incantation in Baldur's Gate that the vampires always used. So it's always like whenever you fought the vampires who would like move like really weird, they move like this. And they would move like super fast.
I wasn't expecting it, but please clip that. I would like that to be. I would like that image to become a GIF and be Scott's new subscriber like GIF that comes out instead of once more with feeling. It's just Scott going back and forth.
Well, this is all in the way, so it doesn't work. I have to like hang up the old sheets, the old green screen sheets. Anyways, so he pulls it out and he starts reading off the scroll. Gracie, Falia, or whatever. And starts working down the words of the scroll. And you can see the scroll itself starting to light up. And you're like, oh my God. Galen, it's happening. Galen, look, it's happening. You can see the magic of the scroll literally kind of like started to light up. So the characters on the scroll lighting up. The scroll itself is starting to get a bit brighter. And then you can see the scroll is actually starting to discorporate into like almost like dust. You can see like magical sparkle, magical energies that are there, and then with a gentle waft, they rush forward and go on to Tristan. And as
he cast fucking glitter dust. Wow, thanks, dude. Thank you. Now I'm sparkling. Great, good help.
And as it goes forward, and as the magical energies wash over Tristan, you can see that there's almost like a darkness inside of Tristan that starts to rise to the surface that was deeper within. And it starts to like rise to the surface and almost push back against the magics that are there. And this is where it's like that moment of combating between like the quality of the spell and how it was read and the thing that's there when things can go wrong. And this is where he like really focuses on the spell and continues to say the words with more strength and confidence and whatnot behind them, saying them from memory because he no longer has a scroll in his hand. It was a Kalima. No. So, but then you can see that the bright magical light starts to wash over and break apart the darkness that seems to be on him, and it literally breaks it down. So Neil, you have one of your negative levels is washed away. You gain back 5 health points to your maximum pool. You gain back a lot of the negative ones that you had go away and what have you. You can literally feel yourself getting stronger. I don't know if you would change your posture, say anything different or what have you, or if you're just like, please sir, may I have another?
Probably he'd obviously start screaming. Power pose, both hands by his side. Rocks would start like shifting on the ground next to him. The gnome would like touch his scouter and be like, what? That's impossible. No. I think he'd literally flex his hands though, because it's like this sensations coming back.
How is the gnome Vegeta?
Because Vegeta's short.
Okay, fair enough. Done.
Like you.
I'll take Bulma though. I'll take it for Bulma. Yeah.
Yeah, the problem is there that Bulma's taller than Vegeta.
So he's like step up on me.
You're like gender bent Vegeta and Bulma, which makes you
because
Bulma.
of Brittany.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm cool with it. I look great in a bikini, so.
Gotta dye your hair blue though.
Is it blue? I thought it was purple.
No, it's blue.
Oh no, their son is purple. That's right. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
It almost has the same haircut. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, Trunks or whatever his name is. All right.
Yep.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I think he just sort of flex his hands and look in like slight wonderment as like this feeling's beginning to come back. I imagine it feels quite nice.
Yeah.
Like a really satisfying poo.
And so he looks across at you and says, I believe it worked. I felt the contest between the magicians and what was afflicting you, and I believe it worked. How do you feel?
Better? Not right, but better.
Oh, all right. I'm glad I did it. And the gnome just hands him another scroll, and he's like, oh, again? And the gnome's like, yes, again. We have 2 scrolls. And he's like, oh, okay. I'm sure I could do it again. Yeah.
You've done it once. How hard can it be to do it again?
It's, yeah. Yeah. And he takes the scroll and removes like the clip or whatever from it, like almost imagine like the napkin ring or whatever from it, and starts opening it up and reading it through. And he's like, well, at least this one was written very similarly, right? That should work in our favor. He looks across at you and gives you kind of like a half-hearted smile. Like, it's a full smile, but you know it's kind of hollow. You know what I mean? And then he looks down at the scroll and says, oh, this one's a bit different, isn't it? From the other. Ooh. Yeah. This one looks like it may have been written by a paladin. Uh-oh. That makes it that much harder to read. Oh no. Just kidding. So he looks down and he starts reading the scroll. And once again, same idea, same effect. Everything kind of works through. This time he struggles a bit more. When you see that like darkness rise to the surface of Tristan's skin, because it's at 11 versus 17, right? When the darkness rises to the skin, it literally it goes back and forth for a while. But you can actually see like the light energy starts to like break apart. Like you can see that it looks like it's not going to function. It actually looks like the scroll is going to be defeated. But he focuses again. He focuses harder and what have you, and he's able to puncture through and eventually break it apart. And around when the magic was beginning to fade, because it only lasts for so long, he was finally able to get it to work. And Tristan, once again, you can feel that like lightning effect on you. You can feel like that burden come off of your shoulders, etc., etc. And he actually looks a little worn, not like out of breath, but there's definitely a bead of sweat on his forehead. A bit of a glistening up there, because that was more difficult for him. And he looks across at you with a bit of a smile and says, I think I did it again. How you doing?
Better. I'm fine. In fact, I think you did do it. Well done. Who knew you had it in you?
The gnome will say,
You'll hear
I
a
did.
very small round of applause over
Yeah.
here.
Galen will join in.
That's right.
Yeah, the good old watch check. So anyways, you so yeah, you kind of pop up, and the gnome looks to him and says, as I said, there's a wagon outside to bring you to safety. If you gentlemen will excuse me for a moment. And he will go outside with the I assume you'd let him go and take the kid out to the wagon?
Just would catch the guy first and shake his hand and say, thank you, really.
He smiles and says, you're welcome? Yeah, you're welcome. Good luck out there with whatever you're doing.
And you. May you have better luck in a nicer field, eh?
Smiles. Thanks. And try not to get hit again or whatever it was that did that.
I'll try.
Yeah. And then he'll turn and he'll walk out with the gnome to the wagon. Give you boys a couple of minutes to kind of chat or go over whatever you might need to. I'll give you a moment. Go ahead.
You feel better then?
More or less, I feel fine. Amazing, really.
It's fantastic.
Glad that worked out.
Quite a gamble.
I was worried with how you looked after that thing hit you. But I'm glad.
Yeah, I've just got to worry about it hitting you again.
Indeed.
Is the gnome with us?
No, isn't he putting the...
He's putting the guys in the wagon.
Okay,
Yeah. Now we've got that sorted, we have to move on to dealing with all of this.
Yes. Well, I think the best thing we can do is get some rest while we can. I don't know how we're going to find where it is, but hopefully Risen can help us with that.
Indeed. We should also ask him about countermeasures of any kind, if there's any we can get or use.
Yes.
I can at least fly, which apparently some of them can't, so that's something, but it's not going to help Tristan next time.
I think flying is
Right.
more useful as it gets you out of the fog.
Yeah, but I used everything I could in that last fight to try and clear the fog. I can't fire down into it. Not easily, at least. So most of the time I'll be down low. Got a shield potion, so I can use that, but as far as mitigating whatever the hell it did to you, I don't have anything else.
I don't see any real way of preventing what it did to me. We have to accept it, right? I mean, this thing's a fucking vampire. If we're going to try and destroy it, then we're gonna have to take risks.
Start.
Yep.
This is, you're perfectly fine in not telling me, because I wouldn't really know, but also a lot of the dealing with selections of suit stuff is meta anyway. There's a meta thing that's that essentially makes it so a will or fort saves to halve the effects of stuff. Instead, remove the effects of stuff.
Oh,
As
yeah,
in
yeah. So usually it's give me a second. Usually you have evasion for reflex saves. The other one is called metal, mettle.
It's not that for the armor. It's something else. Actually, hang on. I can just look at the Juggernaut armor. Stalwart.
Okay, so they call it stalwart. Usually it's metal in a lot of Pathfinder options.
Well, it's because they're not the. Oh, I do actually get an evasion for my astral skin. So there you go. Have I been doing that? I think I have. I think I've been hit by a dex based thing in
Yeah,
a
like
while.
fireball and whatnot.
My
I
horse
used
gets
it on
evasion
those.
touch.
Yeah.
Pardon?
My horse gets evasion.
Oh, that's awesome. But yeah, anyway,
Even
so
know
I can get Stalwart as a augmentation. Would that help against this thing?
I don't think so because this isn't save or half.
Okay, cool. Yep, cool. That's all I need to know.
So any you realistically anything that increases your because the way it works is every time they hit you, you make a fortitude save. If you fail, you fuck.
Yeah, I remembered
If
the
you
fort
succeed, you
saves.
pass.
That's why I thought
Yeah.
it might work. But yeah,
So
I guess
any
it's just
increase to your constitution is more health points and more bonus to fort save. So you know,
I can
and the
increase
worst
my
part is
con.
it is kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like a compounding effect in that when you get hit, now you have a -1 to your saves. So when you get hit again, you now have a -1 to your saves. You get hit again, you have a -1 to your saves.
I can get a +4 to con, but it would take 4 points.
One of the things that a vampire likes to do is they like to, if they could bestow a curse on you, if they have that ability, bestow curse to have -6 to your saving throws. I think is one of the bestow curse abilities. Then they just slap you around because you're their little bitch, and you're like, okay.
God damn.
More literally, if you're Scott.
I'm pretty sure the saves are made immediately as to whether or not you actually take the negative level Norway. because that's how Neil.
That's
got
how we
them.
did it, at least. Yeah.
I'm almost positive it's how it works because you might just immediately resist it, and so it doesn't matter. The 24 hours later bit, it's like you only have 24 hours or whatever to get out. So let me look that up real quick. Because there's an immediate effect. So you have energy drain, but hit by a vampire, you gain 2 negative levels. So you just instantly gain 2 negative levels. Only triggers once per round, regardless of number of attacks. Energy drain. Where the hell are you? Death attacks. How's energy drain? Energy immunity, vulnerability, energy resistance. Where the hell is energy drain? Here we go. For each negative level the creature has, you take a cumulative -1 to da-da-da-da-da. In addition, the creature reduces its total health points by 5. Blah, blah, blah. The creature also is treated as 1 level lower for the purpose of... Oh, thank you, Salamos. Da-da-da-da. The creature also is... Da-da-da. A creature's temporary... yep. No. So he's not wrong. So the way it works is... when you immediately get the negative levels, that happens instantly. And then a creature with temporary negative levels. So what is that's with temporary negative levels? Spells abilities. So some abilities bestow permanent level drain. These are treated just like temporary, but they do not allow a new save each day to remove them. Level drain can be removed with spells like da-da-da-da. So actually, this one doesn't even technically give a save. Let me just confirm this. 1 second. So energy drain. You gain 2 negative levels. Boom. Done. Down here. With temporary negative levels, you receive a new saving throw to remove each day. Okay, so cool. You get a new saving throw each day. Done. Some abilities bestow permanent level drain on a creature, like a vampire's ability. These are treated just like temporary negative levels, but do not allow a new save each day to remove them. Level drain can be removed through spells like restoration. Permanent level drains remain after a dead creature's return to life. A creature with permanent negative levels equals to blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So that means there's technically no save whatsoever.
Lovely. So you just get it.
But that's not how I was doing it. At least not with this vampire. I was having it so you make a save right away, and that decides whether or not you get it. But remember, these aren't classic vampires. As we've already seen, there are some alterations to them.
Yes. Okay, so the way it works for us is it's the hit. He has to hit first, and then then the person has to do a save. And if they fail, they get the -2 level drains, or -1 each time. I can't remember if it was 2 at once, so because he got hit twice.
It's two at once. I just allow you to roll 2 separate checks for them.
Right. Okay. Cool. And then the 24 hours later requires a much bigger thing to remove, right?
Yeah. So it's not even 24 hours. Yeah. So you make a save. If you fail, you have it, and then you have to cure it. So technically speaking, it's funny because we say 24 hours later. That restoration ability, it doesn't even matter if it's 24 hours later or like 10 days later. The only way to get rid of it is with restoration. Yeah. So.
Okay, so that wasn't as much of a rush as we thought.
Yeah. Because there is no such thing as permanent in Pathfinder. So in 3.0, 3.5, there were some things that were genuinely permanent. In what's this called? Pathfinder. There is no truly permanent. Anything permanent has recourse to it. So like things like a wish spell could still, or like a miracle spell could still get rid of things that are otherwise permanent. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but I think that's usually the same even in mostly permanent things, isn't it?
Depends on the scenario. When you talk about older editions, the older the edition, the more aggressive things were. Because the whole point of the game is you're supposed to feel the gravity of the situation. The games got much more forgiving as things went on when You know, because they were just trying to make it so like you could always have your hero pull through, as opposed to nope. Sometimes heroes just get crippled and can't do it anymore. So but that's just as society changed and whatnot.
I mean, like
so.
I agree with like that. Like, yeah, sometimes heroes do fail, etc. But like, surely a wish. I mean, it's literally a fucking like, it's changing the entire cosmos, isn't it? With a bit of magic.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, you hear the word wish, you hear the word miracle, but then you read the confines of the spell, and you're like, okay, so this can produce anything that has a gold piece value of 25,000 or less, or it can cast any other spell of 8th level or less. Like it has some strong parameters. Yeah.
So in Pathfinder, it has strong parameters. In 5th, it doesn't.
Well, 5th is very wonky. It's very loose in a lot of ways, but that doesn't matter. So the short version is restoration can always restore level drain. Can always restore it. Like there's no 24 hours to restore it. It says right here, level drain can be removed through spells like restoration. Done. Like that is the sentence. And then it says permanent negative levels remain after dead creatures are restored to life, which more or less means you still need restoration to get rid of it. So on and so forth. These are treated like temporary, except you don't get a new save. Like, okay, cool. So literally restoration will always work. It's just, it might be months from now you can actually get it on. Cool. All right.
I love how they wrote that as if to like stop the boys from just murdering their barbarian who has energy drain and then revivifying him. Good as new.
So I think I'm pretty sure Norway is also misunderstanding what level drain is too. So you don't actually lose a level. So the creature is treated as one level lower for the
maybe
purpose
you should
of
call it
level
energy drain then, not level drain.
Well, it's called temporary. So there's a negative levels, as opposed to like truly draining level. It's negative levels.
Well, yeah, I think that's why in the sheet it's actually called energy drain.
When you're reading the actual text on the like monsters.
Oh no, I understand. Yeah, but I mean, like, energy drain explains it a bit better, I think.
So when you're playing Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder, which is a more or less Dungeons and Dragons aside adjacent, nobody had a fucking thesaurus when they wrote the rules. This is why this is actually one of the first comics on Oots was like they defeated a bunch of monsters, so all the characters went up a level, but at the same time they're in a dungeon and they're going to go down a level, and at the same time the wizard got new spell levels, and there's literally like an in-game banter between the characters as they're saying, well, I went up a level, no, we're going down a level, no, why would I go down a level? I want to go up a level. We already went up a level, now it's time to go down a level. Yeah, exactly. And it's this whole thing, and then so because nobody had the thesaurus. So either way, to be clear, it's a -1 penalty to ability checks, attack rolls, combat maneuver checks, and CMD, saving throws, and skill checks. In addition, you reduce your total and current health points by 5. But here's the part where like the level drain, like Norway's thinking of the old school. In Pathfinder, it's a little bit different. The creature is also treated as one level lower for the purpose of level-dependent variables, such as spellcasting, for each negative level possessed. Spellcasters do not lose any prepared spells or slots as a result of negative levels. If a creature's negative levels equal or exceed its total hit die, it dies. So what that means is that level-dependent variables. How do we do this? Hey, Jake, you have spells, right? And so your spells do things like, say, duration 10 minutes per level. What level are you?
Yeah. 6.
So that means they last an hour, 60 minutes. But with 2 negative levels, now they last only 40 minutes. However, you still have you still have the same number of spell slots, still has access to the same level of spells, still have all that stuff, but they're slightly weaker. That's all. So it's a handcuff, it's not a slaughter. That's all. All right, cool. Yeah, it's very different rules. Either way, like I said, Pathfinder has all like the grittiness of 3.5 without like making the game hard to bear at times. Like if your familiar died before, you would lose experience points. Now you just have to spend a bunch of gold pieces, and it's like I think you actually get a negative level or something like that nowadays, or whatever it is. But again, you get it back when you summon a new familiar, so nothing crazy. All right, back to the game. You're saved. You guys had your side chat. Any more side chat while waiting for the gnome to come in?
No, I think we covered what we were going to talk about.
Awesome.
I think we agreed to Get some rest.
So you guys are waiting for the gnome to come back in before you go and actually got your proper rest. He hasn't come back in yet.
Oh. I will check.
So you can imagine, because you guys were there chatting, and he was saying goodbye to the kid or whatever. Maybe like a solid like 8, 9, even 10 minutes passed before you're like, "Where the fuck is Risen?" And you're like, "I'll go look." And you go outside, and Risen is standing over by like the curb or whatever in front of his home, where the wagon must have pulled away from. He's standing there, and he's looking out towards the road. So obviously the door opens up, and do you like lean out in the doorway? Do you step out and shut it behind you? What do you do, Gallon?
I would actually probably just, if he's within 30 feet, he knows I can speak to him in his head. Actually, he knows I can speak to him in his head. I'd just say, Risen, everything okay? Virgil's
turn around and
talking to him.
He'll turn around and look back, and he doesn't want to use that weird communication, so he just turns around. He'll look back at you and say, "I thought about getting in that wagon."
Yeah. Thank you for not.
How do I know that I can trust you? I tried to talk to you before, and I got a migraine. I even went non-lethal with my fighting of you. I used words. I used reasoning. I did not harm any one of you. I explicitly tried not to injure you. And I got attacked viciously. Sure, you woke me up because it was more convenient for you. But how do I know that I can trust you?
You helped Tristan. That means a lot. Before, if you look at it from our point of view, we had someone that we were trusting with information that we discovered was now involved in the death of a high-ranking officer, one we respected. You can understand our apprehension to believe you, but when we encountered Dresden, what's his name?
Dreyfus.
Into blanking. Dreyfus, thank you. Dresden's entirely different thing.
Yeah, there's no files here.
Thank you. When we encountered Dreyfus we realized very, very much. We didn't realize, one, that you were telling the truth, or the magnitude of what you were offering. I apologize for what we did, but
I'm not going to make excuses for the part I had and everything that played out. And I've already shared my sentiments as to certain aspects of it. But I also met 3 individuals who are keen, capable, and ambitious. And since I met those individuals in the past few days, 2 of them already received promotions, which means that they are looking for notoriety. Notoriety that can certainly come by after accomplishing all tasks that they intend to, could be furthered one step more by choosing to trade me in, begging for the parent scraps of another promotion along the way. I'm older than I was likely born before your great-grandparents were. I've seen how ambitious you can be. Not you specifically, but Paradel. I see how this military works. I've been here for a long time. That ambition is not easily reasoned with. It is a beast unto itself. And those that are the most successful inside the military, excellent, are hard to trust unless your purpose perfectly coincides with theirs.
My rank came about from my skills. I have unique skills, as you've seen. While often leaning towards following what my orders, I care about what happens to other people. That's why I joined. That's why I defected from Malta.
Caring about what happens to other people is why I didn't get on that wagon. Because I know that if I did and I left, there's no doubt in my mind that Dreyfus would tear every limb from you and your two friends inside of there and drain every drop from each of you, if not worse. And then the recoil that would happen in the city after you're pissing him off. I have friends here that I've known since they were children, if not known their parents since they were young. And I don't want to see anything happen to them. And I'd prefer it if nothing happened to the three of you either. I don't think you're necessarily bad people, just have your mind in a game I have no interest in playing. If things happen again, if you turn out to not be honest individuals, I can be far more frightening than Dreyfus ever was. I could drain so much more from you so much quicker. Your body will be a hollow shell, something that will have to be put into a casket before people choose to mourn you.
It's a good thing we have the same enemy then.
Indeed. Because I don't like levying threats. But when I do, I mean them.
Galen will just sort of nod.
He and then he kind of like will allow his stone face to fade, and he nods as well. It's kind of awkward at this point. It's like you're in the middle of a date, and you're just like, I don't like you. It's like, but we're in a car together. Where do we go from here? Anyways, all right. Cool. Yeah, so he
I like Steve. He's saying this to the one who didn't get promoted.
Yeah. Well, he was saying it to you for a reason. Cause
I know.
Yeah, because for a reason. Because the fact that you saw the other people get promoted around you, it's a twing of, like, it's almost like a hitting a nerve. If you happen to be the ambitious type, right? So
it's a good thing Galen doesn't give a crap about promotions.
No, Galen doesn't. Actually, out of the three of you, I think the only one that really does is Viggo, because Viggo doesn't want to be a Metahina anymore. He wants to be able to rejoin his family and so on and so forth. Tristan is one of those, like, he's just happy to serve, happy to do XYZ, so on and so forth. I don't think he really cares about promotion so much. So
probably likes it still.
Yeah, oh yeah, of course. I mean, it's a pay increase and all that stuff is how it works in the real military. So, but moving on. So he will then head back up to the house, and as he approaches you to like break that like cool awkward silence in this like nice cool evening over by the harbor, as you approach the house, and I imagine because you're closer, you're the one that opens the door. As you approach
Oh,
the house,
yeah.
he'll say, we should probably find a comfortable place for each of you to rest your head this evening. You're going to need
That
your
is
strength tomorrow.
That is a fantastic idea. And agreed.
And you guys will go back in. So I don't know if the two of them inside were just sitting there and staring at each other. I don't know if they were doing like the staring contest, just kind of like, "Oh, you blinked!"
I
You
imagine like
blinked.
mild small talk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, nothing worth noting. So so eventually you hear the door open and click shut again, and you hear the boot steps and the footsteps as they come walking their way into the room, and he will say to you, I have never been a part of a tight-knit group the way that you guys are. Do you all want to share one room, or is it okay if you're in separate ones?
Are you offering to share a room with me?
No.
Whatever you have
Separate.
available.
Yes, but
He nods. He says, this place has 5 bedrooms. The one of them is, and he gestures towards the butler, theirs. So you can come
Does he
upstairs.
sleep?
He looks at you and he says, he will rest when he must.
Okay.
And makes his way to up the stairs to the hallway that's up there. And he kind of gestures. He's like, these 3. He's like, that one's me. These 3, find what's comfortable for you, and any one of them's yours. They're just guest rooms, and I don't often have guests, though. Don't worry, you won't find cobwebs or dust or the like. It's well maintained. Just find what's comfortable for you, and you're welcome to relax there. There is, I can have baths drawn for each of you if you would like, and we can make sure that you have a proper relaxing evening. I'm sure you've already eaten at some point today, so that being said, I will have breakfast prepared for you in the morning. I have some
thank you.
studying I need to do tonight, and in the morning when I first wake.
It's a guy on his on his moped, absolutely pinning it to go,
It sounded like a lawnmower or something.
Yeah,
like
Yeah,
that.
it sounded really
does sound
weird.
like a lone man. Yeah, if you were to see him, the derogatory way that you would refer to his ride would be calling it a lawnmower. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that is yeah. Like, vroom, vroom. Anyways, so somebody trimming their beard. Yeah, it was about that powerful of an engine. You know, like 7 horsepower. Oh. Anyways, yeah. Yeah. All right. Anyways, I always love seeing like oversized people on little bikes too. Like you get like some dude that's like 6'4". You know what I mean? Has like a bit of beef to him, and they're on a bike that's clearly meant for like a 13-year-old. And you're like, bro, that thing is stressing. Going down a hill, you can hear it trying. You know, like what the hell?
It's doing its best, okay?
Yeah. It's like, oh boy. Anyways, so he just as for the rooms, he says, and in the morning when I first awaken, I'll have a bit of research I'll need to do then. After that, I'll be available for discussion. I'm not sure what your plans are, but I do actually have downstairs, and you mentioned like in an area, it's my planning room where I've been. Most of my research is done at my research facility, but obviously it's very difficult to separate, work and relaxation. So I do have a room downstairs, an office, if you will. I have a couple maps of the city that I've had drawn up over the years. They're not 100% accurate for where things are now, but pretty darn close. I use it for tracking the fog as it comes and goes. So that being said, if you want to look over those and see if you can kind of get a plan of what you would like to do moving forward, you're welcome to use them. And when I say you, I mean Viggo, Tristan, and Gallon, not Peridot Military. These belong to me.
That's understandable. Thank you.
Indeed.
Otherwise, relax. You're welcome to explore as you see fits. Just don't go into the basement. As you can imagine, as a concerned old mage, I do have wards and whatnot that are down there that you might not like the result of tampering with. Enjoy your evening. And he'll go to his own, the room where he's like, that one's me. And I'll go in there and you can hear the door snap as he goes into it. If you guys look into your rooms, basically you can clearly tell they're like generically set up guest rooms. They're very similarly set up. Clearly this person doesn't have like a lot of design taste and whatnot. It's like, oh, okay, Viggo, you being more understanding of, history and whatnot, being more cultured is the word I should look for. These may have been stylish, like a couple decades ago. It's like, I don't know about in your countries, but it's like in the United States when you walk into somebody's house and they still have like floral wallpaper and you're like, whoa, this has not been redone since the 90s, like, and I mean like the early 90s. So, you can imagine it's like decades old taste or whatever inside there, but clean. The beds are, the linens are laundered, no dust, no cobwebs or anything. Anything your characters want to do, or is it literally just shut up, Scott? I want to sleep and get my shit back.
I think I'm just gonna go to sleep.
Yep, sleep. Sleep is good.
No, I don't think I have anything explicitly to do. I guess I'd just use a whetstone on my my weapons.
He's gonna sharpen his blade, if you know what I mean. It's that reinvigorating of his life force. He's like, I need to sharpen my blade. I hope it's not too awkward in this guy's house.
Okay then.
You guys just crash for the night. You ready? Does anything happen to you in the middle of the night? I would say there is a 0.1% chance somebody has to roll a 1 on a D100 and then has to roll a 10 or less on a D100 again. Who wants to roll? Anybody can.
Just like to say, Norway said that it's a good habit.
It actually there's rules for it that gives you +1 to your attack or damage
Yeah.
the first one.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, that's why I'm doing it.
Cool.
Then I roll, Zyle. There's actually there's rules specifically for it. I think you actually just look up Pathfinder Whetstone. The rules are there. All right, you're safe. Thanks, Naga. Cool. So, anyways, you guys wake up in the morning after proper sleep. I imagine Tristan sleeps a little bit less hours-wise than usual, but wakes up feeling invigorated, just like, Gah, I'm alive. like he feels absolutely great. Whereas the other two get a proper whatever sleep, and I don't mean that in a bad way, Tris. And then you guys are able to kind of go around and do your morning habits. Jake, I imagine you bust out your book and study the various spells. Get your I imagine you usually have a handful of prepared potions that you make, and then others you leave open slots for because they take 1 minute to make otherwise. You go about your way. Tesh, you finally have time for proper meditation. Was there anything you needed to do once you had time for proper meditation? Did you do that already with the attuning to the crown?
That was the main thing, but it's also just I need a full rest to properly reset my augments on my suit to what I want them to be, not my quick augments.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're gonna get a proper rest now, so you can. I pulled one of the laces.
What I'm
so
doing.
untie it so I can tie it. Yeah. So you're doing that right now. Cool. And Tristan, there's nothing special you have to do. Your ability just kind of bounce back as soon as you get a full rest. So you guys go about that, and you guys go about that, and in the morning, when you finally like leave your rooms or what have you, you can go downstairs and you can actually smell the smell of like cooking bacon and whatnot that's down there. You can smell like all sorts of wonderful, like almost like butter and whatnot that's roasting down there. You not smell when you wake up at your parents' house and like breakfast is just being made for you. You know what I mean? You're just like, oh, yeah, I never really got that. But you guys go downstairs and they're properly making like, pancakes, bacon, eggs, some chopped up fruits. Like we're talking like a full-blown, like well-balanced, delicious meal. More than enough food for the four of you to be able to eat fully, right? So when you go downstairs, you like get these wonderful smells. You go over to the dining area,
Ooh.
and Pan is sitting there.
Just a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I can only get energy resistance, the energy types that I have. Never mind.
Okay.
I was gonna say, like, is there an energy type that is like necrotic or?
There is.
whatever,
There's
but,
actually there is protection from energy or energy resistance, negative energy. That is absolutely a
yes, but unfortunately, I can only get cold, electricity, fire, or sonic resistance.
correct. And negative energy is not going to help you against energy drain or anything like that. So
I know, but it was it was just scrolling through my options. It popped up, so I wanted to ask real quick. Sorry,
Gotcha.
continue.
nope, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. So anyways, yep. You are you go downstairs. Like I said, Pan is there. So I just imagine, because how I described Tristan being the first one awake and has the least to prepare in the morning, he's probably the one that bumps into her. Kind of like does this like jog down the stairs, unless he's wearing his armor already, which would be weird at breakfast. He does this little jog down the stairs and goes like, "Oh, smells great." And he goes walking into the dining area, and there's already some stuff being set out in the dining room. Oh, you get that steaming pot of coffee over there. You have off to the side another like what's it called, like kettle with water and a couple of different tea bags or loose leaf teas or whatever arranged off to the side for you to make whatever you'd like. Some mugs out there. You have some food starting to be laid out or whatever with little like steel or whatever, like lids on top of them to be pulled off. And anyways, and she's sitting there at the table, and she kind of like, as you go walking into the room, she looks up at you and goes, "Hello."
Good
Sorry,
morning.
I was trying to do my best, Zoe. So, Zoe,
When-
Chloe.
I'd just like to point out the only other person who gets that wrong in that configuration was my 80-something-year-old granddad.
I got that boomer energy.
Who is taller than Scott.
I feel like old people are all like old grandparents are like so tall. They're always like hunched over, but still somehow over 6. You're like, what the fuck?
My granddad's pretty tall. Tris will. Good morning. When did you get here, and who let you in?
About 5 minutes ago, and that tall, handsome fella, strong jaw.
Seems like your type.
She kind of like, furrow her brow and say, "I feel like there's extra meaning to that."
He's dead.
Oh. Ew.
I won't tell anyone. Tea?
Yeah, I guess. Do you think he was that handsome in life too? Or do you think like being dead was just better for him?
Are you asking me whether you're more attracted to him because he's dead? Maybe you want to end that line of conversation.
Yeah, we could do that.
You have any
do that.
luck?
Apparently not in this conversation.
I meant yesterday.
Things have been interesting as of late. Did you know that the field commander's gone missing?
Yeah,
Oh,
actually, yeah.
that's right. We haven't filled her in on any of this shit yet.
Turns out she was controlled by a vampire.
The
It
whole
was
time?
happening while we were there. No. Just recently.
Okay.
And so I jumped through the window.
That was you? I saw the shattered glass. I saw the
Viggo said that vampires don't like sunlight, and I thought, well, I can't just hit him. Like, what if it's not a vampire? So I jumped through the window while Galen made a scene. And then he melted, and he didn't melt, but he was like the bacon in the pan.
Huh.
He sizzled.
Well,
He then proceeded to absolutely deck me, and thankfully turned into mist before he killed me.
so to be clear, the vampire is Dreyfus.
Yeah.
So we're on the same page. I just wanted to make sure we were in the same talking about the same thing here because I
Well,
did hear
one of the vampires is Dreyfus. According
there's
to
more
Resin,
than
he's
one. I thought these things weren't even real.
Oh yeah, me too. Fun story that actually we met another one apparently. We didn't really speak to him much. They're not allowed inside buildings they're not invited into. It was kind of it was funny at the time. Apparently there's a whole, I don't know, flock of them. But
That's why I'm
Dreyfus
here,
is
but
Dreyfus is the most dangerous one apparently.
so after everything that happened yesterday, after everything went down at the barracks, there's for lack of better phrasing, a mobilization that's happened. The Dice Lords have really kind of taken over. Usually they're open for business every day, but last night they were not open for typical business. As a matter of fact, the various beasts and whatnot that they usually use for entertainment and for like gladiatorial fighting and what have you, those were sometimes put on guard outside of buildings or walked through the streets. There was bloodshed last night. It was not good. The good news is that there are some locations that we didn't know about beforehand that because of the way that they were guarded by these beasts or cronies or what have you, I've been able to discover kind of like the importance of them. I did last night spread a rumor about like what was inside those various buildings, and I'm hoping to hear back today what actually is there. You're familiar with what I mean by that, right?
I don't know, some crow shit.
She shrugs and says, yeah. Yeah, wow, that's absolutely mind-boggling. Not as much as he's really dead. And then, like, the door opens up and he comes walking out holding a couple, he's got, like, a pan of, like, this or that or the other thing. The other two are, like, coming down the stairs now. You imagine both of them just, like, open their doors at the exact same time, exact opposite the hallway from one another. One of them just snapped his book shut, and the other one just opened his eyes for meditation. They both jump to their feet. They go over and just open the door, and it's just like, one of those, like, walk down the hallway side by side. Get to the top of the stairs. After you. No. After you. And they make their way down the stairs, and they'll come in to hear as he's setting down dishes or whatever at the table.
Morning.
Morning.
Viggo
Hello.
was out of last night's sleep.
It's just like, it's like one of the things where it's like says like morning to Tristan, and then realizes, hang on, we didn't fill her in on anything, and yet she's here. It's just like, hello.
Yeah. She's like, hello.
I take it you're caught up on things then?
She says, on more than I'd care to be. And then like, he finishes serving like some food onto her plate, and she's like, thanks. and he'll go over and start like serving each one of you as well.
So, everyone got an idea of where to start, what to do?
Well, I'll have a look what Risen has left us here. But I dare say before we make any plans, we'll have to hear back from him. I think that's the only way we're going to manage to locate him, unless when he looks at Pan. You might have any luck with finding that out?
She nods and says, "That's actually what I was exactly speaking to Tristan about just a few moments ago. In short, there were locations that were being guarded last night that nobody really expected to be guarded, and so I spread rumors about those locations, and I hope to hear back what they actually have inside them soon. I'll know a little bit later today. But I got invited to breakfast, so I I took that invitation."
You're invited.
I didn't just come stumbling up to a manor I've never seen before on my own.
So you've spoken with Risen then?
I received a letter from, you said, Resin?
Yes.
And she nods and says, "Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's always been pleasant."
Oh, you've worked with him before?
Remember,
We
she
were
was
all
also
working together.
She knew that he was one of the people involved in the death of the commander. That was she did know about
She's
that.
the one that put the magic 2 and 2 together, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember now.
Yeah.
All that.
There you go.
Oh, well, yeah, we're
It's
on the
been-
same team now.
It's been an eventful days. This week is just blurring into one.
She nods. She says, "I know. Barely a week has passed, and it feels like it's been months."
Indeed.
Oh, good news. She says, as you guys finish getting your food put in front of you. I did hear from Crow. He's still alive.
That's fantastic. Good to hear.
Yeah. It was, shall we say, a strongly worded report. But nonetheless, he's doing well, so that's good news. I tried to see if he was interested in trying to get some more intel for us, but no luck thus far. I imagine he wants to continue to lie low for a little while, but otherwise, yeah. So you guys are able to enjoy your meal. We don't have to have a small talk for the next 5 hours. So you're able to enjoy your meal. Around when you're almost done having your food, that's when you will have Risen will join and sit at the table as well. So it's like you're pretty much at the tail end of eating. Your plates are mostly empty or what have you. I imagine Tristan's that person that shamelessly goes up for seconds. You know what I mean? I did that recently.
And eats anything off the other's plates that they don't eat.
Yeah, there you go. I really recently the work thing I went to last Tuesday, where there was it was like a buffet style or what have you, the food that was being served, and so I was absolutely the first person to go up for seconds because somebody has to be the first person, and people often feel very awkward doing so, especially at work functions. Whereas first of all, I just don't give a fuck, and second of all, I was quitting anyways, so I was like, I'll be that guy, pop, and then so I go up and I get seconds, and then you see the others filtering afterwards. So, either way, so you guys, so he sits down, he gets his food or whatever, and he looks across and says, thank you for joining us, Pan, for accepting the invitation. I knew it was probably a little nerve-wracking for you at first, and I'm glad you were able to trust when I said that the others would be with us as well. I'm just going to need a little bit of time to enjoy some food, and I will gladly join each of you over inside my office if you wanted to start going over the map rooms. But before we go any further, you were able to find useful information. And she looks at the other three of you is it okay if we're completely open with him?
Viggo will just nod at her, and he'll say, "We couldn't do this without him."
She nods and says, she repeats more or less what she's already said. And he says, the rumor mill. So much can always be churned out there. Well, I suggest you at least share those locations with these gentlemen. And as I said, I'll be there shortly to assist you. If you guys haven't finished your meal, you're welcome to go in to his office and overlook the map room or whatever, just to have a little bit more time to chat. So, in short, my brain's not working. When you go inside there, look at the various maps that they have. These are a lot of like surveyor maps and whatnot, kind of like showing like city planning stuff or what have you. It's kind of like how it's designed. So it's a very much top-down look of the place. Lots of measurements that are put on there, but lots and lots of notations and whatnot written in Gnomish. You also see like strange little tokens he has nearby. I don't know how much like fiddling with stuff you guys would actually do, or if you just will just look over the actual maps itself. So you let me know if there's much of a fiddler amongst you. But otherwise, you have the maps to look over, and we can go over those details immediately.
I think Gallon would just be taking in the maps and trying to memorize them as much as he can. The key details, obviously, not the whole thing.
Okay. So it seems like none of you guys are. Pan will make the comments. Huh. She goes, huh. Well, this is funny, isn't it? When we first met, you were looking over maps to a city, weren't you?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Give you a bit of a coy look. Am I so forgettable, Viggo?
You just keep popping up wherever we are, so no one could ever forget you, Pan.
Says, nobody could ever forget you. Insert wrong name here.
Oh god.
Oh. Like, I could never forget Zoe. She's so sweet every time I meet her. You know what I mean? Like, the sweetest person. Anyways, so either way, so you guys are going over the maps, and she starts pointing out the different spots to the locations that they were kind of like guarding or prepping before. You guys get this fucking feeling like you did last time when you were dealing with what's his name, Battle Commander Rylor, where he similarly had maps with locations and everything set up, and he's posed his raid and everything that happened beforehand. So she's starting to like point out these different locations, whatever they're there, and you get in this kind of like almost like tinklings, like, isn't this what the fuck I just did before? As she like points out the different locations, whatever they're there, and she mentions like the different spots where she spread the rumors or whatever, and so she like you guys can like mark these with like various little tidbits or whatever, like pins or whatever on the desk that you have to do so. Anything you guys talk about, anything you bring up, or you more or less just gonna side conversation till he walks in?
Yeah, I mean, looking at where the pins are placed, is there any information that kind of springs out? You know what I mean?
No,
Also,
not just from that. Go ahead.
Any places coincide with any of the raids that took place?
Why don't you go ahead and you have Profession Soldier, right?
No, I have cartography though.
I do.
Oh, roll cartography, and you can roll Profession Soldier.
It's terrible.
It's a craft
Oh, I rolled well.
cartography skill. That's still fine to roll, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Still understanding your craft, so
Yeah.
it's a
No.
wisdom-based check, right? So, oh, Tristan has Profession Soldier now. That's nice. Took him a hot minute. Probably the last level up. So,
I've had that for a couple levels now.
oh, ain't that nice? So, anyways, you guys looking at it and try to remember where it was that all the different raids and everything that happened. Unfortunately, Viggo doesn't really recall that because he was so focused on, you know, putting his hands inside of dead people.
Just like Pan.
He's dead. We've lost him. He's gone.
I can feel a cough coming on, which is why I started taking cough drop.
Oh, that's Yeah, I had a cough the other day, and multiple tests negative, so I'm good.
No, this is just the residuals of COVID. You know what I mean? I didn't have much of a cough while I had COVID. It settled in at the end.
Long COVID. Hopefully not.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be fine. Either way.
I've actually
So-
heard that long COVID can stunt your growth.
Good thing I'm already a big boy. Anyways, so, where were we? So you, my apologies. So the looking over the map, absolutely, you guys can see that there are a couple of places that seem to be very, very close to where the Black Knight raids were, but no places that are perfectly coincided. I should say, most places aren't perfectly coincided. There is one location that was a warehouse that belonged to the Black Knights. That's over by the docks district. There's one place that's a warehouse that was assaulted beforehand. As a matter of fact, it's over by the docks area, over by the actual harbor. A warehouse that was definitely raided beforehand by those. With that 20 and that 21 that's there, it's funny. So not only was it raided beforehand, you actually know. With a good trick like that. Sorry, I'm really trying here.
Take your
Yeah.
time, Scott. Have a sip of water.
Have water, yeah.
My water's upstairs. I'll have to go get it. You know
Go
that
get
that spot was overseen by the Centurion of War, Winvery.
Wait. Okay,
Interesting.
I was getting very confused. That wait,
She's the dickhead who had me attacked, right?
Yes, Australian
correct.
Neil.
fuck. Where's Yolanda during all this? Didn't get a chance to find her. Oh, well.
Yolanda's probably in command, I would say. Just one of the higher
Honestly,
ranking
most
people
likely, yeah.
left. Yeah.
Oh wait, no, Battle Centurion. My apologies. Battle
Oh,
Centurion.
so it was in
Yolanda.
command of Yolanda. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
my apologies, because she was the one securing the docks.
I was
My
about to say
apologies.
that's why I got confused.
I was just coughing
'Cause
at the
I
time when I was
thought
looking at
she
my
would-
notes. Yes.
So yeah, okay, cool. That makes sense. Oh, but okay, so that place was supposedly secured, but now has Dice Lord's people out at it.
Hmm.
Interesting. I was just gonna sort of like look more intently at that area and just sort of this. Hang on, this was raided the other day, wasn't it? Pointing to like the warehouse,
Tristan can
looking
confirm that.
towards Tristan Vigo.
Yeah, Viggo doesn't remember.
I think so. That was under the Yolanda's
Right.
area, right?
Yep. The Batson, yeah.
Dealt with most of the docks.
Why would the Dice Lords be in control of it already again? Seizing assets, maybe?
Maybe there's something in there that wasn't found.
Maybe.
I wonder if Resin knows. Maybe he knows what it was used for.
It's a good point. Hopefully. If not, that might be a good place to investigate.
Yeah,
Or
well.
do the rumor thing on, I don't know the specifics. He says, looking over the pan.
I just have to wait till the rumors come back. They
Do the thing that
sometimes
you do.
circulate. Yeah.
I don't really think there's that much we can do without him here.
So we jump cut to like 10 minutes later where he finally comes walking in. And I come walking in the room and say, "Oh, I'm stuffed. I hope each of you had a good breakfast and a good night's sleep."
Indeed.
Lovely.
Good. I'm glad to hear it, because depending on when it is we choose to make our decisions, that could have been your last meal. So, I hope it was enjoyable. Let's get down to business to defeat the vamps.
Oh.
Did they send me soldiers when I asked for tramps? No.
Risen, this this building here, it was raided in the Black Knight's raids, but the Dice Lords appear to have taken it over now. Was there anything specific in that building that you know of?
Goes over, looks at it. We acquired this one maybe a year or so ago. And Pan is just kind of like behind his back, but over to one of you lot. Is kind of like, we're openly talking about this now. But like lips it. Like, this is just okay. But I think he goes,
I'll actually message Panda in her head and sort of like update her on the stuff. Like, I'll give her a little bit of a play-by-play, not obviously exact, but like a rundown of what happened in the last like day.
no problem. So
just so she's caught up.
So he says, we actually acquired this one a little over a year ago. It's a strategic location to have. I know that the Dice Lords had it for a long while, and then it belonged to another group that's no longer around, and then another group that was no longer around. Eventually, the Dice Lords picked it back up, and then we were able to acquire it. There was a degree of resistance, but it's, again, a very good strategic location for shipping of things in and out, and especially stuff that might be coming from the harbor masters and the like, right? So paid a considerable amount of coin to get that from them. I can't think of anything specific that might be there, however, aside from the fact that it's a really good location. It's right off where the docks are.
Good enough to seize it the day. Well, was it the day after or a couple days? I can't remember.
A couple days at this point, yeah.
Yeah, good enough to seize it a couple days after it was raided by the military.
I mean, if you had to pay, if you got paid premium coin for something that you owned, and you got an opportunity to keep that coin and also have that location again, it's another payout, or just use it to your advantage. I mean, there might be something there, but
Seems like this place keeps coming back into the Dice Lord's possession.
Nods. He says, I don't know how much Dreyfus actually has his personal finger inside things like the real estate. You can imagine that he has his various lieutenants or what have you would handle that kind of responsibility for him, right? So with the Black Knights, we would have people that would handle deals up until the final decision, and then we would make the decision, but there were many of us, right? So it made things easy. But with the Dice Lords, there's only one of him. The title Dice Lords is a distraction. Like, it's not plural; it's singular.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we get some information back about that place. Otherwise, where else should we be looking?
If you, well, I suppose you do want to find Dreyfus, but what? Please tell me you have some type of strategy or something, because if he doesn't want to be found, I say it's going to be rather difficult.
Well, first and foremost,
we have just one thing I should throw in here. What was the guy's name that I got you to name because I saved his life? Warden Holt. Warden Holt managed to get the individual that was brought in by Dreyfus. Neil,
right,
I think
Neil.
his name was. And I believe he said he was going to go interrogate him.
Well, there's
Or
certainly a place to
Something,
start.
sir.
That is certainly a place to start. So if we are able to combine the information that Pan was able to acquire, or is going to be able to acquire, with the overview that we have here, and the information you get from Neil, likely we could triangulate, at least narrow down. Listen, he gestures towards this map and all these pins here. He's like, I don't know what all these pins are. There's a considerable number of them. But there's no way that we have the ability to do some large-scale raid like what happened just a few days ago. I mean, first of all, we don't care about most of them, at least right now. And second of all, we don't have the manpower for that.
I was sort of gesture to Pan, laid them out, but the locations that had up security last night, Dice Lord security. We obviously can't check them all, but it's useful to see them all to get the bigger picture.
Truth be told, there could be various holdings. They could also be where the different coffins are. Vampires require rest inside of coffins, or sarcophagus could work as well. Knowing Dreyfus as well as I do, he likely is in a sarcophagus. Granted, I don't know what he traveled here in originally when he came, all those decades ago, but he absolutely. I believe you would have a sarcophagus now. It's stronger. It'd be more difficult for anybody to even open or assault, whereas something made of wood would be easily destroyed, right? So those other locations could be the homes, or even one of them being his home, where their resting places. Now, you do understand that when you defeat a vampire, I suppose you don't. Then let me explain. If you defeat a vampire in combat, they discorporeate to a degree. They become mist. Most of the time, this wouldn't be that big of a concern. You can follow that mist, at least to the best of your ability, back to where their home is. But because of the fog, you really can't. So the mist will travel back to the coffin or what have you, and then they're in a state of torpor. They're very vulnerable for a short period of time while they have to reawaken and reacquire their strength. That's when you can defeat them very easily. But if they have no home to return to, if their coffin or sarcophagus is destroyed, then they can't even recorporeate. They can't even reform a physical body again. And then in time alone, it will kill them. This is why they very heavily safeguard these coffins or whatnot. But again, I don't care about his underlings. We need him gone. Without him, there'll be a bit of chaos, disarray, right? Is that how it works? This is a military thing.
Yeah.
They're also going to be far less powerful.
Especially if he's curated it specifically for his control. In terms of...
That's what they say about cutting the head off a snake and all.
He's probably made it so it's much harder for someone to take over after him, deliberately to discourage. I had a word in my head, and now it's gone. Discourage ambition.
So the plan is, there's nothing we can do unless we find the sarcophagus. More or less.
Well, the sarcophagus, we could defeat him time and time and time again. We could defeat him daily, depending on how quickly he can regenerate. Maybe even twice a day we could fight him. Every time chipping away at our own strength, unless we can find his final resting place. That is the important detail to get our hands on, because then we can make sure that he's done for good. Now, the other important detail to have is we need sunlight. As much as he can hide in the fog for now, at least we have the chance of using the sun. If we do this at night, we have no sun to work with. And I am no powerful priest that can summon the rays of light in my hands. So, I mean, a simple daylight spell, sure, but that has no effect on a vampire.
Wait, the daylight spell doesn't affect vampires
no,
who are
no,
allergic to daylight?
No, the spell is named daylight because it's as bright as the sun, but it doesn't actually carry any of the warm energies of the sun that can blast away the undead nature of vampires and wraiths and whatnot. There's
Like
searing
why a
lights is a
torch
spell
doesn't
and-
work.
No, torch won't work. Absolutely not. I mean, you'll burn them, sure, I suppose. But no. The daylight spell it's a misnomer of sorts.
Which of these four, if any of them, are vampires weaker to?
Tesh, you want
Cooling-
to turn your camera off and back on? You're like so desynced right now, but go ahead, I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Basically, I was gonna figure out how to say it in character, but now my brain died. The cold, electricity, fire, or sonic. You would obviously say it more in character, but let me turn it off and on again.
Yeah, you're fine.
But yeah, which if any of those do more or less damage to vampires?
Well, the problem with cold is that they have no warmth to their bodies, so cold could hurt them, but unfortunately, it's not going to affect them all that much, right? Secondly, electricity, sure, again, it'll harm them, but as we discussed when you, I wasn't you that I was discussing it with. The way that the body works is much through pulses of energy, right? Their body's not alive, doesn't rely on it. It's not as sensitive to it as us. So electricity is not going to harm it.
Almost like as if not like almost as if like okay, get like moving on. He's like okay, so not cold or electricity. What about fire and sonic?
It's funny because he was confusing a conversation with you guys at Regicide a minute ago. Fire should burn them just as anything else. Sonic is a strange one. That's I personally don't even think I know any spells that can disrupt sound waves like that. But Sonic should probably work too. But the important thing is, and he looks at Tristan. There's no way that he's going to harm him, at least not with things as they currently are. Tristan, your weapon is finely crafted, I imagine, but it's also mundane.
Yeah, I gave him quite a clobbering. It didn't really react.
Yeah, the reason why is because its skin is tough, it's resistant. You could beat the shit out of him, but it's not going to have much of an effect unless your weapon is magic and or silver. But as far as I understand it too, magic may make it more likely to harm it, but it's still going to be resistant, just as silver. But if your weapon is magic and silver, you should be able to cleave through its flesh just as easily as if it were any other man.
Right.
Out of
So it being silver isn't enough. It needs to
No.
be silver and magic.
Yeah, those two things combined will soften its skin. Otherwise, I mean, if it was just silver, you'll be able to cut through it as about as easily as say a zombie or what have you. Still tough in skin, but easier. But if you have the both combined, their skin will split, just like if you were to cut Viggo to your side.
Out of curiosity, would I, in our last encounter with Dreyfus, I mostly used energy attacks. Would these do any damage? He sort of holds up a crystal because he can make a normal crystal outside of his suit. So he holds a crystal and offers to hand it to him.
He looks at it and he goes, "Is it magical in nature? If not, and it's not silver, no."
That is where I'm unsure. Or it's obviously not silver, but
I don't think.
I
they're
mean, I
magical in
create
nature, by
it.
the way.
Yeah, I know, but it's like an interesting thing because in world, he actually probably wouldn't know. He's like, I'm actually unsure if they're magical or not. I mean,
Let me
them.
lay this to rest. You're using a type of magic to create the item, but the item that you're creating is not magical in and of itself. It does not carry that magical energy to exert
Right,
beyond.
that
it.
makes
It's-
sense.
It's
Okay.
a mundane item, right?
So, in other words, I'm likely going to be sticking to my energy attacks.
Unfortunately, yes. Now, can you mass produce a great number of these and leave them at your side to throw out, or do you have to create them as you use them? have to create those as you use
Is he
them.
talking about the crystals?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I create them as I use them, but I can switch back and forth fairly fast.
Then there's little that I could do to assist you in this either. I imagine, well, since silver is metal and not crystal, there's no way of making that transformation without some interesting magics. And since you can't have a pile of them next to you to enchant in advanced, there's no way to make them magical either that I'm familiar with. Unfortunately, your crystals will have little to no effect in here. Sticking with the sonic, or as we were discussing, the fire, those would likely work.
My brain has somehow already erased the conversation. Did he say Sonic was better than fire, right?
Same.
Same. Okay, well, they're probably going to go with Sonic because there's less likely anything he's got with him that will resist it.
Oh, I hope I muted in time.
I don't know
did.
what you did.
I think
Okay,
you
yeah.
did.
I just absolutely ass blasted the mic with a sneeze.
Oh, gotcha. Yep. Oh, aside from needing to sanitize your mic, you're good.
No, I mean, I got my hand in the way, but like,
In that case, let's see what I can do.
oh my god, Norway is suggesting that we create silver nitrate, and bomb the vampires. Right? That's what you're saying, isn't it, Norway?
Sorry, Brittany just came down and she's like, "Oh, look at you standing up. You're so tall." And I was like, huh. "Oh," and she just laughed in my face. Oh. She wanted to take a picture of me over by how tall the doors are, because the doors are again 7 feet tall. So she wanted to take a picture of me next to the doors, so that it would be one of those like, "Oh, look at these 5-foot doors," and I'm like, "No, I refuse to stand next to really tall doors and have a picture taken of me. I refuse."
He would actually present the chakrams and say, "I have these though that I can throw."
That absolutely could work. Enchanting an item is not very difficult at all.
Okay,
He actually
well,
looks at
that's
Viggo.
something
Viggo,
bad.
are you able to do that?
What's that?
Are you able to enchant an item?
No, I'm not.
Huh. I thought alchemists could do such a thing.
I don't know.
No, they can't.
Well, no.
He
Are
nods.
you
and says,
able to?
That is specifically transmutation, and his opposing schools are. He nods and says, "I can. I would just have to go back upstairs and do a little bit of studying first, but absolutely, I could do it. I might have ability to cast it on many items instead of one. It would only last about 10 minutes when it's cast. The problem is we just have to be done immediately before combat. We wouldn't be able to just separate afterwards. Things get a little bit complicated. I was kind of hoping you can make oils or something like that to enchant weapons, but apparently not."
No. Unfortunately.
Communal magic weapon was a 4th level spell. Is that not actually a Pathfinder spell? Is this an Eberron specific spell? Yeah, look at that. It's actually an Eberron. There's a communal aligned weapon that exists, but not a communal magic weapon. That's actually an Eberron specific one, which is fine. That doesn't bother me. It's Magics of Eberron, page 98, Greater Magic. So it's weapons touch just functions except the duration is divided by the weapons. Oof, that's rough. Either way, he says, "Yeah, I could." Oh well. Well, let's continue with our with what we're doing. Actually, how quickly can you create potions?
Well, you see, I don't remember what the exact amount of thing that is. I'll have to look it up.
Well, the reason why I ask is because I might even have scrolls of it sitting around, since oil is just either way. Continue on. Any kind of like pivots for you guys to go with your next whatever you're going to talk about.
What were we in the middle of talking about?
Scott's talking about like scrolls or some shit, and magic, and you know,
You're asking questions about ways to attack the creature.
yeah, to
That's right.
overcome its
Is there-
natural DR.
Is there anything that can protect us against? these
Yeah,
creatures?
surely protection from evil.
It takes me 2 hours.
I would have thought.
That, I mean, that's what I'm hoping, but I wouldn't know that as well. Like Gallon wouldn't know that, so he's asking just is anything at
Oh,
all.
I see. Gallon's asking that.
Yes.
I'm with you.
So, protection is going to be a little bit more difficult because they have multiple ways that they can attack you. One, if they hit you with their bare hands and their pure raw ferocity, they have the ability to drain your life from you. There are spells to protect you from that. It's actually a very effective spell called Death Ward. Unfortunately, that is not something I'm capable of doing. That would be along the same lines of magic as the one that was just used to restore Tristan last night. So no such luck with that one. Any other means of bolstering one's fortitude will give you greater resistance against that effect, though. You can imagine, what's that old spell called, Viggo? Brute's Endurance or something along those lines. One of those spells could make things
Bear's
easier for you.
endurance, yes.
Bear's Endurance, that's it. Something along those lines could make things more resilient to the draining effect of them. However, they're incredibly strong. They tend to want to grapple and pin you and literally suck the life out of you with their fangs, or hollow fangs that have the ability to literally drain your blood, much like a scourge. And they will drain you dry. They are fervishly hungry, and you will taste good to them, especially if they don't like you. There's little ways to defend against that without maybe wearing a proper coif or the like. Make it difficult for them to drain, but they don't need your neck. That's just an easy place to get to. They could bite any other important artery or vein that you have. Inner thigh is another great spot for nibbling on. You can imagine the...
We're in the wrong place, just so you know, so you can fix that. I didn't catch it in chat. The layout.
Oh, it's because you turned your camera off earlier.
Yep. But continue. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that was fixed.
Yeah, you're good. So inner thigh and so on. There's all different places where they can clamp down and really nibble away. So there's ways to safeguard and make it a little bit more difficult, but they can still inevitably get it done. Let's see. Those are their two most vicious abilities they have. Beyond that, they do have the ability to look into your eyes and sway your mind. Just because you've resisted them before doesn't mean that they can't have an effect again. There's resisting their pull over your mind has a depreciating resilience. After a day or so of not seeing them, your mind's safeguards kind of wear away, wear thin, and they can attempt again. And if you're dealing with multiple, each one of them has their own attempts to sway your mind. So if you're fighting against 4 of his spawn, each one of those 4 can try to take you. It's... makes things complicated. If they sway you, they can literally convince you to feed them because you want them to be happy. Exposing your own whatever for them to just...
Those contacts help?
He doesn't know about the context, so...
Yeah, I will point to Triss and say I was given these. They're supposed to help shield against Dreyfus.
Where did you get those?
I'm a new friend.
Do you mind I ask where, how you know her?
You know. Well, that's who gave us the money.
Ah, that's right. That makes sense. Okay.
This should help shield me. And he taps the crown.
That's his tinfoil hat.
Tinfoil hat. Shield me from...
The aliens! Where's Rita? Aliens!
Mind control. I can also activate it to increase that strength temporarily. Is it? Do they choose when they do this, or is it when you first see them, stuff like that, or how does this work?
They choose. They don't always want to tip people off, and it's somewhat draining for them to do it.
Ah, okay. That's less optimal, but it still will help defend against them.
Can I get an insight on
Yeah.
what's going on?
Brittany's left a light on over there, and I was like, it's distracting me. Yeah. So you can. You not only does he know who she is, and he knows that magic item, you get the impression he's probably the one that gave them to her.
Oh.
Because of course she would be dealing with the other groups.
Black Knights, right?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The one person you don't want to be under control is the money person.
You're
you
you're
guys
familiar
don't know
with
why
these
he
then?
did it. You guys don't know why. I keep confusing you and RC. So
Yeah.
you don't know why he's doing all this stuff fully. So yeah, the money is very important. But go ahead.
What did I say? So you're familiar, with these? then?
Oh. He goes, I understand the basic concept. Some enhance one's ability to see far, some enhance one's ability to see near, some enhance one's ability to see in the dark, and some slightly refracts the light coming in to shield one's eyes from a simple gaze. And the power
So you're
behind
very
it.
familiar with this then.
Yeah.
How will they help? Exactly.
Well, I imagine
is he
they
not
feel
able
so.
to use?
Imagine they feel so uncomfortable. You can't think about anything but them. So if anyone tries to mind control you, you're too busy.
He
rub his
chuckles and
eyes.
says, he chuckles and says, yeah, they're uncomfortable because your eyes are smaller than a gnome's, and they were made for a gnome's eyes. Remember, gnomes are smaller but have big eyes. So they were made for a gnome's eyes. They would work for you, but they're not going to be as comfortable. That being said, they literally will shield you from their gaze. They cannot take your mind with the look. None of them can. Not Dreyfus, not anybody else. And not making you resilient, making you immune to their gaze. I imagine not just
will
their
they
gaze
know
either, but
that,
other
or will
creatures
they?
too.
Will they try anyway?
They won't know.
I see.
When
It's
they
actually
do this.
if you're familiar with them, he says. My apologies, Galen. If you're familiar with them and if you learn their body language, if you can read them well, you know when they're using this ability against you. You can see it in their eyes, the way they focus on you, and you can use that to your advantage. They won't know that they don't have sway. They just you follow their command. This doesn't really work with Dreyfus as well because Dreyfus can command you with his mind, just in his mind. But with the spawn, they will tell you commands, and you can follow along. Understand?
I think that
See.
do they do it? That mostly I think answers my question. But just in case, do they use this ability one-on-one, or can they use it against a group?
One at a time. It takes a degree of concentration.
Okay. Then I may have some heads up and some time to activate my crown.
I'm familiar with the fundamentals of how it is that they do it, because when I use my magic to command them, as you saw yesterday, I have to exert a similar type of concentration of willpower to control them. Just for me, it's through magical ability. With them, it's an innate thing.
I'm going to bring up the Pathfinder Thought Shield page because I feel like I'm probably going to be needing that today.
It gives you a +4, maybe? Or maybe.
Oh no, I have a
gives you-
+4 by default. I can get like a plus. Where is it? I think it's a 13. Yeah, 13 for one round, or if I use more points into it, I can. if I use more points into it, I can increase that by 1 round and 1 point of resistance per however many extra points I add into it.
Yeah, thought shield.
So yeah, it's very, very good, very, very good.
Wait, hold on. Thought shield, unless I'm wrong, is supposed to be +4 circumstance bonus on will saving throws against mind affecting effects, and it lasts. It's an immediate action one, right?
That's hang on. This is sorry. This is what I wrote down when you were telling me
no,
originally.
I'm looking at something else. This is actually a spell. Is it a spell as opposed to what you're looking at, which is a power. Sorry, 1 second. This is what I want.
I think that yeah, because you linked me something to click
Immediate
on.
action. It gives power resistance 13, which is different from +13. Power resistance. 13
Oh yeah,
is like
power
spell
resistance.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know there was a difference. How does that work?
Power resistance means that they have to make a caster level check against your power resistance to try to pierce through. So imagine, like, most of the time, Tesh, if somebody casts a spell on you, you have no armor class. They just hit you. But when you have spell or power resistance, it gives you more or less an armor class that they have to defeat before they can even try to have the spell hit you. Not all spells are subject to power resistance or what have you, but some are. So Thought Shield in this scenario actually does not give you that benefit. This is great against dealing with what are they called? Lopers.
Yeah, so this is not good against this guy then.
He says yes.
Okay. Well, at least I get a +4 against by default against mind control. So that's something. At least that's that.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Means I don't have to go managing PowerPoints, not charges and stuff today.
Yeah. All right, so back to the thing. He says, so pulling this in, we have a pretty deep understanding of what it is that we need to do for Tristan to make Tristan viable in this combat. And he looks at you and says, I understand what you were able to do beforehand, but let's not put aside how much aid you had from your companion here from how that battle was described to me. If you want to be individually viable in this combat, to actually be able to hold your own, you need your weapon to be coated in a layer of silver, even if it's a short-lived one that'll chip off shortly after you put it on. And you need to have it temporarily enchanted, because I imagine getting your hands on a magic weapon right now would be very, very difficult, more so than usual, considering the disarray, and magic is not so easily come by. That being said, that would make you viable in combat. Anything that you can use that's going to bolster your own fortitude to make you stronger will make you resilient against the effects of them thwacking you. And you will have to deal with that. And since you have gnomish crystals in your eyes, you don't have to worry about your mind. You're safe. So that's to sum up what we need to do for you. Looking at Gallon, he says, same idea. We can silver and magify, we can silver and enchant your chakrams. I believe you said that they're called.
Yes.
Right there, and we can use those to your benefit for a physical weapon. But beyond that, you have an incredible amount of energy. I don't know how often you could do it, how much power you have, but dig deep into those reserves, and you'll be fine. And otherwise, same idea. Bolster your fortitude, bolster your mind, and you can safeguard yourself to survive the encounter. Then he looks to Viggo and says, well, we've talked a good bit about them. Now, I know a vivisectionalist knows the best places to plant a blade. Who know anatomy better than any other. But that being said, you probably also know that there are no weak spots to a vampire or any other creature that's not alive. They don't have a nervous system like the rest of us.
Yes, I'm afraid my skill set lies rather in helping my companions. I've been thinking I can bond the silver to the lance and maybe to some things of Gallons. I can, if I can find access to just one potion of or scroll of the bear's endurance, I can replicate it, no problem. But this this skill set is beyond me as far as fighting. I think I would do little but get in the way.
You say that, but that
And
doesn't
that
change the
can be
fact that you need
important.
to be adequately prepared for it. If you're cornered
course.
and your allies aren't there, you need to have something that can help you.
What are you thinking?
We could go around the same path as your allies here and give them enchanted and sillified weapons and what have you. But let's be honest, you're probably not that good with a blade against somebody who's not living. So, how good is your accuracy? You got a mean toss? You play darts?
Above average, but let's be real.
Do you have the throw
It's
anything
not that
feat?
bad. Yeah, I do.
I mean, I am in contact with someone who has a storage of holy water.
Sorry, I'll wait.
I see. I mean,
Flasks of holy
anything I
water.
can do to help.
Flasks of holy water would absolutely allow you to. Holy water to them is like acid, and the best part about holy water is, if you had a trap set of holy water, say somewhere in your home, and you were ever to be attacked by a vampire that you knew might happen to live nearby, the best part about holy water is you can just drop that, you can spring that trap while you're inside of it, and it is perfectly safe for you and absolutely devastating for them. Hypothetically, of course.
I see.
Nice.
Well, I could do that. My fear is that I'm not going to be able to adequately guard my mind.
You're pretty
Although
strong-minded.
I'm
Some would say even to the point of being a flaw.
Sure. When you drink as many potions and things as I am, it's
Always half-cocked. Never mind, I get it.
yeah. There's a drawback.
Scott, with regards to their fight, the way that they like attack, and you mentioned something about they want to like grapple to then drain, essentially. Like obviously there's the normal attack that they have to attack, but there's one where they have to like grapple you first, right?
Yep.
Okay. How does size modifiers work for that? Because I can actually, there's an augment that allows me to be categorized as one size modifier larger for grapple checks, bull rush, trip attacks, grab and swallow hole.
I'm pretty sure for grappling, it's just a +1. You get a +1 bonus to that.
Oh, that's not much.
But hey, every +1's a +1, and beyond that, any damage you deal when you're bigger is big. Not your energy damage, but your physical damage is better.
No, I can make myself bigger. That's a different modifier that costs more, I think.
But if you can,
actually, it might not cost more.
hold up. If you can use expansion to go large-sized and use that ability to make it so you're effectively one size category larger, wouldn't you be effectively huge-sized?
It's I mean, I guess so. For those checks, then yes.
That's a big boy. Hold on, I'm looking right here. So like,
let me double check. I can
whatnot.
even do it.
Yeah, size modifier for large is a +1, and size modifier for huge is +2.
Let me just.
CMBs.
I'm failing to find it, but I know there is one that allows me to increase my size. I just don't know by how
It's
much.
called expansion.
It's
it's
not
called in
for.
Yeah.
It's not for the augments because all the augments are deliberately named something adjacent, but not quite the same.
Yeah, expansion is a psionic ability.
Oh, it's just called increased size as if affected by expansion. Oh no, I must be at least 9th level, so I can't do that one, unfortunately.
At 9th level, you can usually use expansion to get yourself 2 size categories larger.
That's probably why I can do it for 1. a lot of the stuff with this is like a downgrade from what like the specifically specking into stuff can do, but I can do it on a whim, sort of thing.
Hey, Ano, and everybody else in non-lethals, after this session is done, I'll probably need like a half hour or whatever in case Brittany needs you for something, and then I can totally hop on a call to go over character details if you want. So, because I'm not working
If only I
today,
was-
but I have other things I am doing. Yes, sir. Back to you.
If only I was one level higher, I could just be on the ground and close my eyes and use tremor sense. Then I don't have to worry about mind control.
If only. I mean, I've done that before. Played characters where you just do this.
Yeah.
It works.
No, I think unfortunately I've gone through pretty much everything. Yeah.
So
There's a lot
few
of stuff,
flasks of-
unfortunately, that's designed for melee that would work. Like I could make a weapon be one category size larger, but obviously it's only like a specific weapon.
A lot of those weapons stack. The spells stack, just so you know. Not always, but a lot of them stack. So remember that, like, let's say your weapon usually does 1d8. One size category larger becomes what? I think 1d10 or 2d6 or whatever. And then another size category goes up and up. You're doing more damage with each hit. So even if you aren't able to get through DR normally, you're at least hurting them past their DR. And if you are able to get through DR, holy crap, you are dropping bombs. Which is important, because an important thing to know about an enemy like this is the quicker they go down, the less devastating they can be. These are enemies that you can, like recently in a offline campaign, I had people fighting a devil, and it was a fucking powerful devil. But the thing is, like, the devil used all of their highest level spell slots, and then all their next highest, like they works them down to the point where at one point in time they're casting magic missile. Granted, dropping 4 missiles each casting, but they're throwing magic and missile out there to conserve magic and whatever. So like these creatures have unlimited use of their level drain and con drain. So you have to be very careful with them. Quicker is better. Yeah, there was a very physically not impressive devil there, Anna. So, either way, back to the game. So, you seem to be familiar with carrying a considerable number of flasks on your person. Granted, you're usually walking around with vials, but flasks on your person as well. So walking around with some holy water is probably beneficial for you. Something that you could actually see yourself doing, I imagine. He says, raising an eyebrow.
Yeah. No, that sounds like the least I could do.
Ano just gave 2 luck. One of them said, for my beloved Jake. And then the other one said,
Oh, thank
P.S.
you,
Neil
Anna.
is a, well, see you next Tuesday. So.
I don't know.
It's a time zones thing, I think. Because, you know, it's
Did,
Wednesday for us, but, you know.
Did you see that fantastic meme I made, Scott?
I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
Fine. Okay. I'll send it to you explicitly.
Yeah, I'm focusing on the campaign, Neil.
Too late. It's too late. You've asked for this.
Any other defenses you can get for yourself, or should I just trust the alchemist to know what he needs?
Oh, that last GIF you sent me is disturbing, Scott.
Now I'm afraid of what I sent you.
I mean, if I turn, I can't really hurt you guys. So there's that.
Oh, it is disturbing. Oh, I saw that. Yeah. Wait,
Here's
hold
an augment I can use. Trailblazer has a custom augment called Favored Terrain, which you believe you said that I can select urban, yeah, and that gives me increase on initiative, knowledge, geography, perception, stealth, and survival checks.
Cool.
Which
Makes it
that'd
easier to
probably
find,
be worth.
to find locations and what have you. Yep.
And it also, and that's great because like that obviously goes away once the battle starts, which is fine because I can use those points to swift into something else for my rapid augments.
But then your initiative.
So I think I'm
drops
going to
down
do that.
again. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, I assume once I've rolled, it stays what it is, right?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Good.
They
That's one of those
able
things
to
where
go
I
As long
invisible?
as your initiative doesn't drop. What's up, Jake?
Yeah.
They able to go invisible?
Vampires?
Yeah. Ooh.
He laughs. Not unless they're mages.
Okay.
None of them mages that I know of. Let's just say that they don't usually get admitted to the Arcane Congress. They don't meet the required the requisites to get in. One of them is to have a pulse.
Is it really?
Indeed, yes. Actually, it's a requirement for you to enter into the Arcane Congress. You have to have a pulse. You know what's funny is there actually are no rules about like it's literally a requisite to get in, but it's not like it's a requirement to stay in. Which is I always thought that was a funny little misnomer. Just one of those little things you pick up because of what I study, right? But either way, I just thought that was funny.
Loopholes.
I like that you called it a misnomer.
He stops for a second, like furrows like raises an eyebrow, and then he realizes the joke, and he does like a little bit of a chuckle. But Pan laughs a little too hard to the point where it's like people look over at her like.
Oh. Nice.
Now you're making me question the origin of that word.
Yeah.
I mean, Trist doesn't really know what that means, which is probably why he picked it apart to just be like, it has gnome in it. That's funny.
All right. So anyways, he says, so it seems like we have an understanding of how it is that we're going to be safeguarded and capable of fighting them. I'm not worried about me. I've been capable of fighting them for a considerable amount of time. Oh, and he does go produce from his pocket the pin that he had the boy wearing last night. He says this has one charge left in it. It's in case you're going to try to activate a magical item. It gives you a little bit of a bonus. Did one of you want this?
I think Gallon is the most adept at use magic device.
It's a one-time
no,
use swift
I
action
actually-
to activate +5 to UMD.
I do not have use magic device. You're confusing psionic device. Because I have
Oh no,
Psycraft.
no.
Yeah.
What is your use magic device?
0.
Yeah, mine's -1. Neil, what's yours?
But
So if I
I
have
don't
used
think I
magic
can
device.
use it if I don't.
But Jake is the most likely at a level up to put a rank in it.
Yeah, I can't actually use it.
It's not a class
'Cause-
skill for me. So I'm
Yeah, unless you have a
says-
tick in it, like because it's one of the ones with an asterisk. Unless you have a point or a tick in it, you can't use it, right?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, so no, I can't even use it. Sorry.
Yeah.
He goes
Alright, well,
going
yeah,
once,
sure. I'll-
going twice.
I'll
there
take it.
we go. There
Thank
you
you.
go. You right, Viggo? Hopefully it helps you.
Yep.
One time
Thank
use
you.
swift action +5 to UMD. And then it's expired. It was originally crafted with 10 charges. Or 7 or whatever. But anyways, doesn't matter. So he says, all right, well, it seems like we have an understanding for how it is that we're going to combat these things. Now, tactics beyond preparation. Let's talk about vampire tactics. This is something that I have studied for a while. Divide and conquer. It's a simple concept. No, it's a simple concept, and we understand what this means on a military basis. But you realize that this works on an individual level as well. These vampires do not want the three of you together. That's foolish. They want to isolate you. They'll want to isolate me as well. Because if they separate you, they can do many different things. Beat the shit out of you, and nobody can help you. Have some of their own like fledgling, their cronies assist or whatever. But also, if they can break your will, then they can give you a string of commands that sculpt a story, a reasoning for why it is that you should easily be integrated back into the group, to then later on just be a tool for them to use to their advantage, right? They will divide and they will conquer. They will go about this a great many ways, including literally grabbing you and dragging you away into a sewer, into a building, down the streets, doesn't matter. They will do what they need to separate you.
So we use a buddy system, pair up, match strengths with weaknesses.
That would be a great way of going about it. I can agree to this. Now, I'm not saying we need to do things so drastic as to literally tie rope around your waists, because that could complicate things in its own way, right? But but certainly you need to be as close to one another as possible. Think about it. Maliso Harbor has a dense fog in it right now, an incredibly dense fog. You go further than a couple arm lengths apart, and you could barely see one another, if at all. Unless, of course, the DM forgets about the fog again, in which case, hey, you can see somebody from 500 feet away, no problem. But, you know, that's just a failure as a dungeon master, isn't it? God damn it. I hate the fact that I keep forgetting. Keep forgetting the fog! Anyways, more than a few arm lengths apart from one another, you could easily be taken. I mean, if they could do that and stare you directly in the eyes, they could just tell you to shut up before they even attack you. Now you won't even alert them, anyone that you've seen one. See what I mean? So, what you need to do in this case is be a beacon of light. Literally, sun rods work great. The good news is a sun rod will be bright as fuck when you're inside of the fog. They will absolutely, you'll be able to see it. Even if you can't see the individual, you can see the light from further away. The bad news is it means that they can see you more easily as well, because you'll be a beacon of light in the fog. So if you start to separate from one another, sun rods are easily activated. You should have these on hand. He turns to Viggo. I imagine you have a bunch of these on hand, right?
I thought I had one from ages ago.
One? What school did you study at?
The Premium Alchemist School of Paradise.
Oh, you didn't take the good and the bad? It's one of the most fundamental classes for anybody who has to prepare their day. Oh, that's right. Alchemists can throw together a potion in about a minute or so they usually don't go about the proper forward planning that one should do. In the morning, I prepare all the spells that I have for my entire day. And because of that, I need to be prepared for everything throughout the course of that entire day. Relying on a whimsical, willy-nilly selection down the line cannot be something that you can have, Viggo. I'm not your professor. This isn't the classroom. My suggestion is my suggestion is get better at this, or you might find yourself in scenarios where you don't have what you need and you desperately need it.
Yes, it's always good to be prepared.
I've got a sun rod.
He points at Tristan and says, "Brilliant, as always."
The best part is I'm pretty sure that was given to you by Viggo.
No, this is from Tristan's starting pack, actually.
Oh, it is? Wow.
Yeah.
That survived a long time without being used.
Yeah.
I had two.
Well, he also has dark
only
vision.
have one now. Yeah. So I don't have like a huge purpose for using it.
But what's the next step?
What do you mean?
Where do we go to from here?
All right. Now that we understand what preparations we need to do to make sure that we can both survive and appropriately attack, we need to find out where his coffin or sarcophagus happens to be. And to that, you're going to go speak to Neil.
See.
Now, I'm not super familiar with magics, but if I recall correctly, you said that you've controlled him at times.
Oh,
Yes.
right, yeah.
Pan has a spell that lets her find things. Doesn't seem to be a gigantic radius. But do you know him well enough to do this if we get the vague position from this Neil fellow?
She looks at Pan. Pan says, "Locate object." He looks back at you and says, "I said sarcophagus. That's enough thickness of stone to block a simple detection spell from working. If none of us know what the sarcophagus looks like, we can't locate that. And if he has a personal item that we might be familiar with, it's going to be inside the stone, and that would block it. Assuming he's still in the stone. He might not be in there right now. And he might have unique items on him, but he also might have safeguards against those unique items. Misdirection spell is relatively simple and could make it so we're looking for the wrong thing. Or a non-detection might make it so that nothing can detect him anyways. I'm not saying we don't try it. I'm just saying there's reasons why we can't rely on it. However, beating the information out of one of his cronies is probably equally reliable, right? You'll say anything you can to defend your master and to stop the pain from coming on. So, you know, maybe honey over vinegar in this scenario?
Oh, well, I guess we need to go talk to Neil then.
Hate you for naming this character.
Hey, who's named in the other campaign? There's two of them. There's two Neils. They're spelled differently. And neither in the
Like, does it every NPC that arrives, Messi just like whispers you, and he's just like, "Hey, call it Neil," and you're just like, "No," and then he finally wore you down this far into the campaign.
He says, "But please," but he spells it with two T's, and I'm like, okay. Anyways, so yeah, he nods and says, "Indeed, it is time for you to go and speak with Neil." And looks at Pan, and you're going to do your thing, and I now have to go change my preparations and dust off some of my old scrolls and see what I have. Maybe I'll even have a couple of magic weapons sitting around. The spell magic weapon, not actual enchanted, permanently enchanted arms. I don't have those.
This is I'm assuming because of the way that the crystal aegis actually works, it's not, even though it covers my face, it's not actually like a protection against the eyes or anything.
I think specifically you had that mirror version which protects you against gaze stuff, doesn't it?
Actually,
It's like rays, I believe, isn't it? The mirror.
No, actually, I think it does actually. Oh yeah, no, it is rays. You're right. I remember we had this discussion. Oh, here we go. No, it aids in baffling creatures with gaze attacks. So is this a gaze attack? If the wearer averts his eyes, he can roll the mischance twice.
Look at this. They have a 50% chance to, if you avert your eyes, you have a 50% chance of avoiding having to make a saving throw against a gaze attack. Looking at a vampire real quick. It is called Dominate. Standard action, must succeed a will save. So it can crush an opponent's will with a standard action. Vamp gains success on influences, must be within 30 feet. May be able to use this affecting creatures, different creatures with this power. Looking down here real quick. It doesn't explicitly say gaze attack, however. So I would say no in this scenario. Because it doesn't.
That's fair.
Because it's not like a Medusa.
It also,
right?
yeah. It also minuses my con and removes my damage reduction, so it might not be a good idea.
Yeah, it's not worth it in the long run. Yeah, in case they start beating the shit out
Yeah.
of you. Yeah. All right, I hear you. Because
Only if we have like a plan where I can specifically reflect sunlight. I don't think it's probably worth using.
Which, of course, you guys can attack during the day, even though there's the fog and whatnot, just in case. But again, dealing with vampires is difficult because they will equally attack both your mind and your body, just as an individual, let alone whatever cronies they happen to have around them. Well, luckily, they don't tend to have any abilities that rely on reflex saves, so that could be your dump stat in that scenario, I suppose. But even then, you need dexterity for AC or whatever. You okay?
Does anyone know the command on Windows 10 to zoom out? Because apparently I figured out how to zoom in.
You talking about control scroll wheel?
Is it control
like
scroll
on a
wheel?
web page?
No, not on a web page. Like it's like the actual screens have zoomed in, and let me. No, on everything like taskbar and everything. I've had to
Control key
move
and
my
minus
mouse.
button. Control key minus button.
Control. Nope, that's the web page.
No. Just click away from the web page. Click away. Click onto your actual Windows.
Control minus. No, that didn't work.
So, because there's
What
another way
is-
here too, where you have a zoom feature where it's maybe if you right.
Oh,
click-
magnifier. It's a window that's opened up. Can I?
Oh, you
Where
turned
is
on
turn on boomer mode.
I found it. Yeah,
accessibility.
200%. There we go. Okay, I turned on 200% magnification. I was just like, what is going on?
Tess is like, I don't want glasses anymore. Zoom for me, baby. You know what's crazy is I'm not like I'm looking at you guys' screens. You're maybe I don't have measuring tape right next to me, but you're maybe not even 2 feet from my face. You're like a foot and 18 inches from my face to the screen. I can't see your faces. That's how blind I am. Like, you guys are so fucking blurry to me.
Oh, wow.
All right. Anyways, back to game. So you, sir, so he says, and I'll work on my spells. Let's see what we can accomplish. And you guys are welcome to leave his home. Zoom and enhance.
That caught me off guard. I was just like out of nowhere, just whoom. What's happening? I think it probably was like Control Plus or something I put in by accident, because I'm putting in all of the bonuses I get from favored terrain. Survival. Okay. Yes.
Well, he said to himself, I got these things from my dad. He happened to find them at a place or whatever. And I'm trying to decide if I want to hang them up on my walls because they're funny looking. You know what I mean? If I want to hang them up on the walls in the office. Yeah. Or if I just use them as bookends.
I do like that the green screen is making the other one look like it's got holes in it. Not that one, the other one.
Yeah, because he has blue. Is it blue?
Oh, yeah. That's trippy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is real
I
weird.
have like a burning planet behind me. Hold on, let me see what I have for a green screen.
Okay. Boop.
Oh, that's a little bit dark, Scott.
There we go.
Can you go back to the elusive man's background, please?
That's
I like
my
that one.
That's my regicide background.
I mean, that's appropriate.
Yeah.
I prefer elusive man, though. Thank you.
Favorite
this is regicide.
Well, I don't want to be in regicide. No offense, regicide.
But you are.
No, you mean offense.
Wow.
Anyways,
Oh my
back to the game.
god. Oh my god, no. Messi's here.
Oh no, he's here.
He pops up and he goes, "Hey!" Or does he pop up and go, "Hey!"
How did
All
you know?
This is a regicide. It's true. The regicide is the OG crew.
Hey.
They're the longest
Whoa.
campaign in the world.
Oh,
No,
They're the longest. They're
Nah.
not. They're not the OGs though.
that ain't
We're the
right.
longest
There's a
group.
difference.
Are
the
you gonna
longest
say
group.
that?
Are you gonna say Kingmaker are gangsters though? Because I'm pretty sure regicide would be the original gangsters of Aurorum. So
Possibly.
just saying. Oh, all right.
How do I, you know what? How do I buff knowledge geo? Do I have to copy the whole thing in, or is there a shorthand for knowledge geography?
Mm,
I'm gonna
Right, we
leave that
going
one
to see
out. We're just
Neil?
gonna remember that one then.
there you go.
Let's go. Let's go see now.
Yeah,
All
let's do it.
So you guys head
Just,
back to the barracks in a bright morning, beautiful day. It's so nice out there. You head back. You walk out with Pan, and she just kind of like takes a deep whiff of the air, then coughs a little bit because of the smell of the slightly rotting oranges, whatever that happens to be.
Ass oranges.
Assages. So you make your way out there. She takes a little bit of a cough, and she's like, "Well, I'm off to go see what my rumors can bring me. If there's anything that can be discovered. Good luck out there." And she goes walking off. You guys are gonna start making your way to the barracks. Go ahead and make me perception checks as you walk.
Making my way
And I remember the
downtown.
fog.
Oh no, I rolled terribly.
Oh my god, I rolled amazingly.
Wait, hang on. That's the wrong modifier because I was just in the middle of putting the buff in and didn't actually apply it. So favorite terrain, make sure it's buffed the appropriate things. Has it buffed perception? No, why isn't it working? I've buggered it up somewhere. Oh yeah, I can do it manually. Plus 2 perception. Well, it's better.
Excuse me. What about me, Scott? What the hell? I rolled a 17. None of them rolled anything near my roll. Let's be clear.
Both of you guys got 16s. That's fun. Do you guys? I know you rolled really high just to get a mediocre result. Either of you want to modify that 16 sense motor that you boys have there?
I will.
Oh, we both got 16. Go for it.
7.
Tesh, did you want to?
How much luck do we have? 4.
Sure.
You know what? I will, just in case something is sneaking. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Nothing's sneaking up on you guys. You happen to be walking by a group of people over by the corner that are just like there, talking, engaging in normal morning activities. You notice, both of you, that they watch you as you walk by. Tristan doesn't. He's too distracted by Garrick. He's so pretty. Garrick. Garrick looks like he got brushed overnight. He's so well groomed.
It's not like that undead had anything to do, right?
Nope. The undead certainly wouldn't have been brushing Carrick. I don't think Carrick would have liked that very much.
What do you mean? Carrick's a hardened, warhorse? Like, after, 5 to 6 bites, he would have realized what was going on and been like, okay, then.
You know what? I like that better than my reasoning. Yes.
That's good. I like
Garrett
that.
kept chewing on his arm and stuff like that, and the guy just ignored it and kept brushing.
And he's like, you know what? The brushes are nice. Fair enough.
It's like how you handle like a pit bull. An adopted pit bull is abused, right? You just let him chew on you until he calms down, and then you form a bond, right? All right. Anyways,
so it turns out there may be a shorthand to do knowledge geography, but if you just do knowledge brackets geography with no space, that works for the buff field.
Boom. There you go. All right. You notice that as you walk by, both of you guys happen to notice this person, one or two of them look over at you. Tesh, you get the impression they're watching you. It always feels like somebody's watching me.
The other two get a message in their head.
It's regicide.
They're off to the left, right?
Yes.
They're off to the left. Those to the left, they're watching us. Be careful.
Okay.
Watching us as in they were specifically looking out for someone like us, or
Looks like it.
Yeah,
you get
okay.
the impression they were
Okay, yeah.
watching you.
yeah, they're watching us specifically. So just keep an eye out.
So you
Be
say that,
ready.
you guys keep walking. The group of them that are there, they're talking or whatever. As they're fading into the fog, you can with that super high perception, you definitely hear them say Viggo. All right,
Oh.
yeah, catch you guys around, and then you can barely see in the fog behind you. Two of them are following behind. We're talking if you want to see this, Viggo at one point in time fully does one of these.
There's
full
something I
turnaround
wanted to
search.
do that I forgot, so I don't know if you'll allow me to do it, but it's just to do this because it lasts a long time. Where's that? Deathmatch.
Oh, that's fine. Yep. Now, mind you,
I
for this
should
to work,
notice
I
if
remember
any of
correctly,
them are undead.
Don't you have to
right?
focus on people, or is it instant? Instant.
It's a
Okay, yeah.
range, yeah.
So as you're walking by, so because it's 30 feet or whatever, and because of how fog works, I imagine that focus that you do when he says that, and you look over at the crew, everybody there has a pulse. Everybody there's alive. No dead people among them. But that doesn't change the fact that you still heard, all right, catch you guys around later, and two of them broke off, and you can just barely see them behind you in the fog trailing you. Two of them.
Yeah. John, do you just want to shoot? You get a bow? Just shoot them.
Jesus! Oh my God!
Oh my
you in
God!
America? You're just like, I don't like them. Kill them now.
He looked at me funny. Bang.
I don't say that, but I want to.
Yeah, I guess as much.
Jesus.
Do we want to try and shake him or confront him?
Look to Triss.
Trish would shrug and say, I'm not the commander here.
Yeah, but you're a high profession soldier, mate. So you want to just tell me what the most tactical good thing to do is?
Well, they're following us. I suggest they don't want to fight, otherwise they would have already attacked us.
Probably want to see where we're going so they can report.
I guess so.
So do we try and shake him?
Resident said, don't get separated. I'm fairly certain they won't be able to keep up with me. But, that requires splitting up.
Which is something we really don't want to do right now.
No.
How close are we to the barracks? Because I doubt they're gonna. I mean, it's not a big deal if they know we're in the barracks, but
Yeah.
I
we
doubt
should
they're gonna
just
want to
keep
follow us.
going then, I guess.
Yeah, get to the barracks, and then if we can exit more stealthily, we might get away with losing him that way.
Yeah.
Okay. So you just head all the way
Wouldn't
over to
be
the
surprised if they just had people stationed near the barracks to see if we came back there anyway.
I imagine so. Yeah, so they probably would have seen us go in anyway.
So you guys make your way to the barracks and knock, knock, knock. The door opens up and one of the guards are there. They look at you and they go, "What you here for?"
We're here to speak with Warden
Halt.
Holt.
"Wait outside, please." And they shut the door. Hear the thing lock up
Do
again.
do 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 do.
A couple minutes
Do, do,
later,
the old music
they
plays.
open the door up, and Warden Holt is there, and looks at the three of you and says, "Sorry about that. Please come in." The COW is has the place back on the lockdown she did before the FC showed up with the rest of us, but with the FC missing at the moment, she's the one in charge. So what are we gonna do?
What did you learn anything from Neil, the one that was in the office?
Yes and no. I found out some stuff. Let's go chat to the
I was
site.
about to ask. Yeah, cool.
He'll lead you guys. Like, he's not gonna bring you upstairs or anything like that. He just leads you guys to like a separate room. There happens to be a couple other people, and he's like, "Hey, give us space," and they kind of like nod and walk out, and he'll shut the door behind them. And he goes, "So you guys are just like in a storage room that's here." And he goes, "Yeah, I talked to him. I softened up his jaw a little bit. Got him saying words. So." Works for Dreyfus, that much we know. Wouldn't really give any information about where Dreyfus was. Keep asking, where is he? You know, but he's like, how would he know? Disappeared. You know, honestly, I thought that Dreyfus would be dead, but everything that you guys had said beforehand told me. Obviously, we know there's more to it than just that, right? Asked about where he might be, locations. He just kept mentioning his office over by where the arenas are. I know of the arenas. Everybody knows of the damn arenas, but nobody really rated them because, it just wasn't a priority. Dreyfus always paid off officials, kind of kept things in line, not in a positive way, but in a way that was, you know how it is. Anyways, just kept naming locations that, let's be honest, if we were to attack them, they'd be like a goddamn fortress with what he's got there. And moreover, no proof
this
that
is
he's
less
actually there.
this is less a me not trusting him thing. This is me just wanting to make sure he's not under control. Can I roll a sense motive?
Absolutely, it's a DC I think 25 to know if somebody's under a
Well,
magical
that's
effect.
that's not going to make that.
Hey, stream didn't crash for me. Oh, now it's
Wait,
saying
what?
it's crashed.
Oh yeah, no, it's gone. Oh no.
No.
It doesn't say I'm dropping anything over here.
Internet isn't down as coal is still going. So that's weird.
It says reconnecting.
That is
Gotta
weird.
be a server thing.
Oh yeah, but are they doing anything big today? Sometimes it like it's
I
back.
think it's back on. All right.
It's back.
So everybody, there was a Twitch server thing that wasn't on my end of this one.
Messy DDoSed.
Yeah. So we should be back. Can everybody see here? Can we confirm? Anybody? Somebody?
Yeah,
Everybody?
I'm good.
Someone in chat. Hopefully, I've got it back. I can see it.
Yeah.
Yep. Anna says it's back,
Can you see me?
and Green says ahoy. So I assume that means it's back.
Perfect. Okay. Sorry about that, everybody. That was a Twitch that was on Twitch's side. That wasn't over here. So you know how Twitch is. Twitch be a my Twitchy, yeah. All right. So what was the last thing chat heard us say? So we can go back a tick. I don't
Yeah.
want you to miss something.
Wonder if Twitch is like doing something big today or something. Or like in the next couple days, sometimes it gets wonkier,
know the
like a
Muffin
day
Man?
or two before.
The Muffin Man? The Muffin Man? Do you know the Muffin Man? 4545?
Loosening someone's jaw for info. Okay,
Okay,
so
cool.
we didn't get any of the actual. I mean, we
Alright,
didn't
so
get much info, so that's not too
I'll
bad.
go back a tick then. No problem. So I got to softening his jaw, get a little bit of info. Didn't have much to tell me though. It was I mean, you know, obviously he works for Dreyfus. That was we were able to find out. But when I said ask him where he is, he was saying he didn't know. I mean, honestly, I would have just thought he was dead if it wasn't for the facts that you know, everything you told me and whatnot. So I where he might be, and he just kept saying he has his office down by where the arena is. And obviously everybody knows about the arena. Nobody just ever deals with it because of, well, you know, the place is like a damn fortress, and he always paid off the right people. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. Anyways, if he's suggesting that's what Dreyfus is now, that place is a goddamn fortress. To bring everything we got to try to assault that place. I mean, even if we were successful, who's to say Dreyfus is actually even there, right? The number of beasts and whatnot he's got there. Rumors say that there's a... Do you know what a wraith is? Because rumors say there's a wraith that he has inside one of the arenas. Literally just consumes the souls of whoever fights it. So, the idea of having to deal with that kind of stuff, I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Listen, I wasn't able to get that much information out of him. He kept saying he was the wrong Neil. I'm like, I know there's two Neils. Like, we all know the rumors or whatever, but being like, shouldn't both Neils know the same thing? They both have the same job, right? So, I don't know. You're welcome to give it a try, see if you can get anything out of him that I didn't. But he's probably resting up now, because yeah, he had a bit of a rough night. You know what I mean?
Well, time to play good cop, bad cop then, hey? Because at the moment we've got nothing, and we've got a missing field commander and a vampire on the loose.
I still can't get over that
Here's
vampire
to try
bullshit.
him.
That's crazy. Like we heard ghost stories as kids, right? And then you get a little bit older and you hear about the Barren Lands, and apparently ghosts are fucking real. and then you travel through the barren lands and you fucking see them and you shit yourself, literally shit myself. But then you just assume all those other, scary stories as a kid, most of them are fake. Now you fucking tell me vampires are real too? Creatures that'll literally drink you dry? I mean, what else is real, right? Huh? A dragon's real? I don't even know. I had a long night. Sorry, I'm babbling. Why don't I'll walk you guys down to where he's kept, and I gotta go get a coffee or something.
Fair enough. One last thing. Is there any supplies we might be able to grab off you? Given that we're going out into the thick of things again, we've kind of drained ourselves dry of things.
He nods. He's like, depends on what you're looking for. It's not like we got an endless supply of stuffs, but
healing especially,
rations.
but
bandages we might be able to spare, but ain't got nothing with an extra kick
fair.
if that's what you're asking. Into the thick of it. Wade's not here. Arcadia, it's okay. It's funny enough, actually, I know a girl named Arcadia. Her actual name is Arcadia, and I just saw her last week. So, anyways, yeah.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, let's go speak with Neil.
He leads you down there. Lets the other guard that's down there, is the lower ranking, whatever. I says, they can do what they need to. I don't care if they walk out with a body afterwards. Looks at you guys and says, field commander's gone. Everything's gone to shit. We need answers. Do what you gotta. He's not happy about making this decision, but clearly, he's got a lesser conscience than others. So.
I love that. Wait. Holt is not good. Where they were literally earlier. So was Holt is a good man.
Holt is
no. It's legit. So literally Norway, like 5 minutes ago. Holt is a good guy. No way. Holt is not good.
There is a okay, maybe not entirely torturing prisoners and all. So,
I know it was just really funny just to see that. He immediately said like Holt is a good guy.
No, Holt is good. He's just American. And what do we call it? Advanced interrogation tactics, right? It's AIT. It's 8 advanced interrogation tactics. Is that what Bush called it? Right? I'm pretty sure that's what Bush called it back in the day. So, me, big old GW fan. Oh yeah, love that guy. I love it when my president is dumber than the average 4th grader. Makes me happy. Unfortunately, that's most of the time. All right, so the door opens up, and Neil is inside there.
Before we even
so you go in there, and you guys can make a quick heal check if you want, just like a cursory thing. So take a -5 because you're not like searching over their body, just doing a quick cursory check. Yes, Jake, you can break the rules. Well, with that 27, does that include the -5? You can see he was slapped around a little bit. Like, absolutely, there was like a aggressive tactics used to get information out of him. But we're not talking like full blown like waterboarding and like thumbnails or something like that. We're talking more like New York City cop kind of interrogating, where he was probably slapped around a little bit, like a firm open palm kind of wax or back of hand wax and what have you. Probably like lifted and held against a wall, sort of a thing. So not even quite Batman degree. Interrogated tactics, right? Just like
because I have death watch
good old
on
New
as
York
well,
cop. So
can,
he's
determine
injured.
his condition to an extent.
He's like injured or whatever. But Death Watch says specifically, they're alive, right?
Yeah.
So
With more than 4 hit points.
Fragile. They're not even fragile or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
They're fine. So you probably got slapped around with a whole bunch of non-lethal damage, and time has passed, so he's healed it. You know, to put it in mechanical perspective, it's not like the guy was like full-blown punching him in the face or anything like that. You know.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this as well.
Oh. He's like, guys,
god damn.
Hold up a minute before we go in there. Starts mixing up a potion. He's like, I like a little martini in the morning. It's like sizzling.
God damn.
Dr.
Yeah, it's
Jekyll.
good, isn't it?
Cool.
Here I was
So you
expecting
walk
to do the sense motivating, but you got this. I mean, I'm still going to do it, but you got this.
Cool. So you guys go in there. When you guys go walking in, the door opens up. They sit up, like sit up. Oh, hey! As they sit up, it's literally a prison cell, so it's got like a bed inside there. We're gonna do the old like Alcatraz version where it's like, you know, attached to the wall with like a chain or whatever, anchoring it to the wall as well, so it can be like folded up if need be with like a slitted piece of wood in place to hold it up, so in case you want space to walk around or what have you. So like a bed against the wall, a pot to shit in the corner, and a little table that has like a basin of water in case he wants to like wash his face or whatever next to that as well, you know, maybe uncomfortably close to where the pot to shit in is. Anyway, so it's a proper like little prison cell there. It's large enough that all four of you can fit in there, but it's going to be like uncomfortably close. And I mean like like, you know, like here, like uncomfortably close. So you definitely want to maybe have at least one of you stand outside the door, like just outside the door, looking in the doorway, the other two in, or everybody can squeeze in there and shut the doors. Up to you.
I can because I can still sense motive from out there. I'll stand in the doorway and look in and just watch him.
Cool. All right. So you
I'll
Give you guys
motion
some-
for Triss to take the lead, like we've done in the past interrogations.
So Triss, you go right ahead, sir.
Good morning.
Yeah. I'm not happy to see you.
No, I'm surprised. You seemed so happy last time.
I was trying to be friendly last time. You're anything but.
Really? A little bit of vandalism? Smash a window? Upset you that much?
He looks at you very unamused.
I was wondering whether you'd be able to help us with a few questions. You see, the thing is...
I already answered the questions.
Yeah, I have a few questions for you.
You can ask, but I already gave my answers, and you have the wrong Neil.
Well, I guess that'll depend on what answers you give, eh?
Sure, go ahead.
Your master. What's his name?
My boss is Dreyfus.
Good, good. And he left you here.
We both know exactly what happened. You attacked him. He had to go on the run.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I watched you attack him.
I didn't attack him.
It all happened so fast. I don't remember exactly how it happened, but
I smashed the window.
it was your fault.
Yes. So
I know what happened.
Okay, you do. Cool.
He went to run
He
like
literally
towards the
jumped
window.
the guy,
Dreyfus
yeah,
tried
yeah.
to Dreyfus
No,
straight
I
away
know.
tried to
I
grab
know
him.
exactly what happened.
Yeah.
but yeah.
A little,
yeah.
little, you know, reflection of light as an attack.
He says, "Why are you trying to pretend like we don't all know what's going on here?"
Oh, so you know Dreyfus is a vampire.
Yeah, I work for him.
You're not a
Makes sense.
vampire.
There you go.
And you see, the thing is, I was also being nice last time. So you're going to tell us where his sarcophagus is, or I'm going to break your kneecaps.
I don't know. You think I'm going to be shown something like where he sleeps? You think I know that? I don't go anywhere
I
near that
think
shit.
you're smart enough
To
to
tell
know
you that
that
I'm the wrong Neil.
a
I'm
good
gonna
person to
send
get
Cody
in with is Dreyfus. But I also think you're smart enough to pick things up.
I am as close to Dreyfus as most of his people that aren't one of his people gets. And I can tell you, I was never allowed anywhere near that kind of stuff. You're pretty sure you're telling the truth. Why would he ever let me around any of that stuff?
Where weren't you allowed? Then.
I was allowed in very specific locations. How about that? I was allowed in specific locations. It was not always with Dreyfus. My job was to entertain his guests. Make drinks, provide a dance, a massage, more.
I'm going to turn to Holt. Do we have a map of some kind?
Is Holt down here?
Holt went off to go get a coffee or whatever.
Yeah.
This is
Oh,
on the guard.
that's right.
Yeah.
I'll just tell the guard then. Yeah. Do we have a map somewhere?
Shrugs. Maybe up in the commander's office. 2 flights up. Or 3 flights up.
Don't
4
worry
flights
about
up.
the map. Is there? So there are places you weren't allowed specifically.
No, there's not. There was not a "do not go in here" kind of situation. I mean, hell, I would go into his dungeons before. I mean, I saw I saw the snake that he had that he was torturing for a while. I saw the everything that I was welcome to. I saw everything. I know all of that stuff. I know how he ran the dice situation. I know how the betting works. I know what cut he gets. I know all that stuff. I know his favorite drink and what kind of steak he wants to get, how it's cooked. I know all of this. I can pair his meals for him and I can entertain his guests. But why would I know where he sleeps? I mean, have I bed with him? Of course I have. The man's sexy as fuck, but not in a sarcophagus. In a bed. You ask where is that bed? I don't know. Which one that night? Inns? Houses?
You two are both going to hear in your head. If we match the areas he was allowed to areas that we know there was activity, the areas where he wasn't might be the ones left.
You'll give us what information you know, where you've been, where you haven't been, where you're explicitly not allowed to go, and you'll tell us about this other Neil that you're so keen to dob in.
I don't. Well, first of all, the other Neil obviously knows more than me because he's not one of us. He's one of them. And everybody knows Neil. Everybody knows Neil and Neil. Like, that's not secret information. And so I don't need to hide the facts that the other Neil is a hungry boy as well. Because, you already know, But there is no location I explicitly wasn't allowed to go. I've never been told you're not allowed to go there. There may have been times, don't go in there right now during like a meeting or what have you, but not don't go there ever. That didn't exist. Where was I allowed to go? Where are you allowed to go? You're asking about a map? That's where I'm allowed to go.
Have you
You're
ever
acting
been...
as if this is an unlikely situation.
I know what you mean.
We've literally just been to someone's house and told, don't go there.
So
I mean.
before, when the guard said there was a map in the commander's office, was that?
Yeah.
So that's not the Centurion of War's office, because I don't want to go in there right now.
It is.
Yeah, that's
It is?
where she is. That's why I was like, yeah, just don't.
Yeah, no, I'm not going in there. Never mind.
Yeah. What? Your best friend? So what do you
So
want?
has there any?
Is there names
has
that
there-
you need? Is there an organization structure that you need? I mean, what do you want to know? Do you want to know what my job was? Do you want to know where my place was? Like, what do you want to know?
You've given me a decent idea of your job. Organization sounds good. How many of them bloodsuckers are there? How many of you guys are there?
I don't know, and I don't know. I know that obviously Dreyfus he's Lord Dreyfus.
So when you said organization,
Well, I know the names of people and the responsibilities that they have. My job was to directly work with Neil, and my job was to serve Dreyfus. You think I was born with the name Neil? I was given that name because I belong to Neil. But because of everything that's happened, I haven't seen him in a couple of days. He's been awake during the morning these past few days. And because I haven't seen him in a few days, I've been able to kind of, I don't know, see him for what he is. He's hungry. Often.
He giving off thrall vibes, obviously.
Well, a thrall usually, so a proper thrall will, if you've ever seen, like, say, Blade or what have you, or any of those vampire series, a proper thrall is somebody who, even without their mind being controlled, wants to serve, almost like deify the vampires themselves.
Okay, yeah.
Right? But the thing is, like, proper thralls sometimes can realize the situation they're in, just usually when it's far too late, almost like wanting to join a gang, and then you realize how bad the gang is, and you're like, I want out, and they're like, blood in, blood out, motherfucker, and you're like, no, you know.
So is he giving off the same, that he could be affected by the same thing as like the field commander?
Not any longer. Like he's
It's sounding like he was until the fact he was separated from him.
yeah. I mean, did you beat a 25?
And I got a 23.
3. So 25 is to know whether or not somebody's being mind controlled. That's the only way
Yeah.
that you can pick up
wait,
like,
hang on.
hints of it. And even then, it doesn't always work.
Ooh.
There you go. Boom. But even then, it doesn't always work because you don't always know the individual well enough to know the richness or whatever. But that being said, you get no sense that he's being mind controlled. As a matter of fact, I'll give you the opposite. Much like what I've just described in the past 2 minutes, it seems like he finally broke through the mind control. That like,
Okay,
everything, like how long he's been with them, everything. It seems like he's trying to give you the information because he's like, more or less, I'm done with this. But go ahead.
Okay, I'll relay that to them, that it's likely that he was under some control, but that seems to have broken now. He's actually likely to be fairly cooperative by the sounds of it.
Alright, I'm gonna start asking him about the different locations that we know were guarded, starting with the dock.
Sure, that location?
Yeah.
He goes, I know what that building. I know that building. That was where the beasts would come in. When they come in on the ships, because they get transported from other lands, that's where they would go. And I mean, Neil and I weren't responsible for overseeing the bringing in of beasts, but sometimes the beasts would come in, and if Dreyfus wasn't satisfied with what they were, for the sake of the fighting, he would have them kind of like auctioned off or sold to others, so he can make a profit that way. Rich people from that wants like a pet, or exotic meats for people to eat, things like that. Anyways, sometimes we'd entertain guests as they went over there and investigated these creatures. And so I'm familiar with the dock, specifically like the warehouse you're talking about for that. So I know that's what gets stored there, at least recently, but I think we've only had that for like maybe 2 years. Before that, we used to have to use a different warehouse. It was smaller. We used a few different warehouses, but maybe 2 years now we've been using that one. Anything else about it, or?
Can you think of any reason why that location, having recently been raided, would be reacquired quickly?
Oh, sorry. No, my apologies. We used to use it for that. That's how he knows it. But for the past 2 years or so, we haven't used it that way. That's what I meant to say. There we go. Boom.
Yeah,
My
got it.
apologies. I said it the other way around. All right. But otherwise, why it would be recently required quickly? So he's like, that's what we used to use it for. And then he's, and then you're like, why would it be recent? He goes, actually, so there was, when that was sold, because like I said, it was used as a warehouse, and recently we've had to use the smaller ones that I just mentioned. Maybe because of the inconvenience of it, I don't know. But when that was sold, I remember Dreyfus was not happy. He doesn't raise his voice, but he has this look to him where deep inside, the mistake that you've made. It's like, you just know. And, the person that was in charge of the acquisition and handling of properties, the name doesn't matter anymore, does it? I remember not seeing them after that. Dreyfus was he was not happy about the sale. They were pretty boastful about the money. I don't remember the exact amounts, but it was a lot of money. Like more than a month's taken from our primary arena, and Dreyfus was not happy about the sale of that building. So I imagine it's convenience, location, how close it is to the docks. It's an old building. It's been around for a long time. I know we've done like a bunch of repairs to it.
Have you known him to get that sort of angry about any other locations, or is this was unique?
I mean, Dreyfus doesn't get angry often. Things usually go exactly how he wants it to. So I guess it's the only time I've ever seen him angry about a location. But then again, I've maybe only seen him angry a dozen times in the 7 years or so I've been in his employ.
I'm just going to sort of give the other two a look like that's interesting. That's very, very interesting. I imagine we can sort of list off some other places that we obviously don't have anything here, but
Yeah,
we'd list off like a list of
details.
locations.
He can give you various details about, like, oh, that's where we would store various, like, what are they called? Herbs and spices and whatnot that are considered illegal. I don't really understand the way that drugs work. I've never been allowed to use them. But I imagine that it has something to do with that.
Do any of the other
that's
locations
where a bank is? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I was going to do any of the other locations. Does he say like either not much or like doesn't know about them?
So there are going to be many of them he won't know a lot about, just because he doesn't go there. That's not his job. So if it's a location that like he wouldn't personally have a reason to entertain somebody going to see, he wouldn't be there, right? So
Okay.
Everybody knows where the bank is, right? That's one of those things where it's like that's where Dreyfus's funds are, the things that aren't being stored by other clans, like banking clans or whatever, banking houses,
Vampire clans.
That everybody knows where the bank is, because that's one of those ones where it's like the most secure location,
Yeah, no, that's true, but there might be like countermeasures to make sure that that room doesn't get flooded or something. Because that could work as well as like, okay, well, no one's going to look by the harbor then as well. So there's lots of different ways where that could work, and that could, that could be a reason not to be there. It also could be a reason there if you're aware of it and make sure you're ready for it, sort of thing. Yeah, what do you guys think?
I think we should step away for a minute. Leave
Oh, pardon me.
Neil in the cell.
No, don't leave me here.
So you guys gotta leave, and he's like, again, I did nothing wrong. I broke literally no laws. I have
Well,
never done anything
you did.
wrong.
You assaulted a member of the Paradise military.
He goes, in self-defense.
Didn't, if I remember correctly, didn't he just come running in the room and attack the guy?
Literally,
Yep.
literally
Yeah.
ran in and it's like,
He goes, in self-defense.
I'm gonna give him a look like, really?
Yeah. I don't even gamble. I don't do anything wrong whatsoever.
You stabbed a guard with a dagger.
He didn't have a dagger.
So no, he literally punched him. That's all he did.
No,
He
he
punched
stabbed him
him.
in the back.
No, he
I thought he
literally
punched
punched
him.
him in the back.
No,
Yeah.
he stabbed him.
No, it was still like there was a whole thing about rolling up his
Are
strength.
you saying,
and
Neil?
stuff.
Are you saying he stabbed him? Because that's
Oh.
the vibes you're giving off. Okay, I get you.
Oh.
Sorry, Rayrin. Are you saying? I got you.
Let's show him to the bird's nest, boy.
Jeepers.
Oh no.
Do I still have that overlay? I must have it somewhere.
Oh no.
I probably deleted it forever ago. Screw that party. Anyways. Where are we?
Why does my camera keep
Boom!
goddamn changing
Oh no,
color?
that's the wrong one.
Stop.
Ah, there we go. You're all in the wrong spots, but that's okay. It's the old overlay. just tickles my pickle. All right. Anyways, continuing.
That's gonna confuse. Okay, there we go.
We'll just step away from him for a minute. He can protest all he wants that he didn't assault the warden.
I love the fact that
Bolt?
Jake's like the entire city's on fire. There's like mass murder in the streets, drug cartels moving, like thousands of kilos of whatever.
I'm
Like,
gonna
all
cut
sorts of
you
crazy
short.
stuff.
I'm gonna
And
cut
then
you
he goes,
short and say in Norway's words, the severity of the crime does not change the fact that it is a crime.
But he's like walking by and like just like tosses like a wrapper, and Jake's character's like,
Look, he said he didn't do anything wrong.
You
at all, and I
littered!
know that he's wrong.
"How
He's
dare!"
wrong. All right. We haven't finished talking to him yet, all right? So we walk away. We walk away
Just
from him.
kidding. Yeah, you walk away. You shut the
Okay? And Viggo will speak like, in kind of a hushed tone to you both. The Dreyfus arrived here, and if he arrived by ship, it's not. I don't think it's that far-fetched to think that possibly his sarcophagus could be around here. He would have to unload it from the ship, and if he ever needed to get out, having it already like extremely close to where he could be loaded onto another ship, it could
I think
could be the piece of information we're missing.
indeed. It also a key thing to remember is that this has been in the possession of the Black Knights for the last 2 years, he said, but maybe there's a different way into his area, and so it was a bother, but not enough to start a war with the Black Knights over.
Well, if he could just command people,
That
he
is
may
another
not have
point.
needed
He
that
may-
either.
Yeah.
And to see that it was sold without his knowledge, and the
That-
fact that he was so angry about it.
I agree. That leads me to believe that at least if that's not the place where it is, it's at least a place that he wants control over more than just a strategic location. And I feel like that's worth investigating.
It is. I think that's the only lead we've got. I don't really know what other information we can press out of Neil. He seems to be rather forthcoming.
That's right. I'm easy, Jake.
I remember that if you ever make your way over here, Neil.
You're just gonna sit down at a table and just like put your phone on the table and push a button. It'll just be that clip. He's just gone to pee. I think there's not too much we can get from this chat. Not too much more. I think he's given us some useful information. If I'm honest, the next step might be this Neil fellow. He's hungry enough to be up in the mornings. So either this guy gives us location, whereabouts, he has some sort of connection with him, right?
Yeah.
If he can help us locate him, then we can get what we need from this person, right? And Norway won't have any qualms about us periodically pouring holy water on this vampire because he's a vampire. So that might give us like a actual direct location, right?
Yeah.
Um,
I think we should ask as well if this guy would have any information on where the field commander could be. Obviously, he won't know where she is, but if there's a spot where
there might have been a plan or something, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I think that's a good idea as well. And then we either he helps us locate other Neil, or he sits in the prison for a few more days and stews off the fact that he assaulted an officer, and then he goes on his way.
Yeah. All right, so we'll go back and ask him those other questions.
Okay, so you go back in there, and what do you say?
First, we're going to say, do you know where the field commander could be? Is there a place that stands out to you as somewhere that she would retreat to? Any plan that Dreyfus may have had for her or others? And there is some sort of maybe rally point or anything.
I never met the field commander, even as of now. I was there when Dreyfus went into her office yesterday, but I never even formally got introduced to her, and I wasn't welcome in the meeting. So not only do I not know, I don't know her. So I don't know what she would do. Now I know you're asking me. You're asking, would he make her go somewhere with his manipulation, or whatever he does, his presence. But he has a way. When Neil wants me to do something, he tells me, and I do it. When Dreyfus wants me to do something, I just know what to do, and it gets taken care of. You know what I mean? So if he was able to do that with her, then he could have, I would have no idea where she would want to go or anything. As for others, however, it depends on who you're referring to. There are a lot of different factions or groups or what have you of the Dice Lords. If you're talking about maybe the people that are paid off over by the docks, and so they can transport in and out the various beasts that they acquire. That's I can tell you who you might want to talk to about that. That they can give you a couple of names.
What about
I only know
influential people?
So I've entertained quite a few. Like for instance, I recently was just dealing with a I have to brush up on my There's an officer, I know that. I just don't really remember. So there was a mage from Malta that was just here, spending time with Dreyfus. Brought a pretty powerful snake with him that fought in the arena. Some creature that he had acquired along the way, magically enhanced through a Maltese magics. He's around, and I imagine he has a degree of considerable power, considering how that all played out, and Dreyfus is interested in him. But then there's others that that you've seen kind of come and go, that we'll spend time with, and have are known for
Any
wealth and
others of the
prestige in
military?
region. I've not. Most of the military leaders here, aside from Rylor, by sheer coincidence, happen to be women. And women aren't my forte, and I wasn't to Rylor's tastes. So nobody that I'm familiar with. I've seen various members of the military of all sorts of ranks come and go, place their bets, but not dealings with Dreyfus, not like proper dealings. And usually if Dreyfus is going to have you in on a meeting, he wants somebody there that's going to assist in his influence, if you know what I mean.
Damn it.
Well, he looked at Triss. You said something about the other Neil.
What about?
You asking me?
Yeah.
This other Neil. He'd be more likely to know where the sarcophagus is, no?
Definitely more likely than myself. Neil is a one of them. I don't really know how to describe them. They're not like us. Neil used to be a person, I think, but isn't anymore. Like the way Neil talks about things sometimes when he talks, it sounds like he used to be a person. Dreyfus, I don't know if Dreyfus was ever a person.
Interesting.
And you have a connection to this Neil?
We spent a lot of time together. I technically served Neil directly. I worked for Neil directly, but not anymore. I think I'm yeah, I don't think anymore.
Wise decision. Can you help us find him?
I know what his last responsibilities were. Like I said, he's usually asleep during the day and is awake at night, and so my schedule will mostly mirror that, because we would spend so much time together. But I would actually be out and about while the sun was still up because the sun is warm and it's the sun. But
You know where he
said-
sleeps?
lately he's been. I'm sorry.
Go.
Do you know where he sleeps?
No. Again, when it's time for him to leave, he leaves, and I do not follow. That's asking to die, and at the same time, I don't think I've ever wanted to follow.
He said he's very hungry. That he's been up in the mornings. An unusual scenario for one of his kin, I imagine.
I don't know much about them beyond what I've seen and witnessed. I know that the sun is not kind to them. And I know that the fog, it changed them. They're more vigorous than they usually are, seeming to have more energy, or they're awake more. They sleep significantly less than they did before, and they're out during the day. The fog shields them from the sun. And this isn't typical fog. Liesel Harbor has fog all the time. I've been here for 7 years with them. I've never seen them out during the daytime in fog before, but this fog is different. It's different. It smells funny too. You have to know what I'm talking about.
I'm aware. Does he have a favoured hunting ground?
You're looking at him. When of course you don't have someone who he can convince, or that understands and begs for it. It's every one of them has someone assigned to them that works for them directly. Some of them, the more voracious, have more than one. So, unless it was somebody else, I was the one that would slake his hunger. Without me being there, though. Well, first of all, he would certainly notice I'm missing for a myriad of reasons, but now he'll actually have to hunt.
You've been helpful. Thank you.
I haven't heard or said it in about 7 years. My name's Ethan. That was just the name that they gave me.
Pleased to meet you, Ethan. He'll offer a hand.
Take it.
Breaking the knees was an empty threat anyway.
I'm glad Messi was in chat for this.
Of course, it goes from Neil to Ethan.
Well, I saw your DM.
Ah,
It said, "But please," but with 2 T's.
all right then. Well, you assaulted a guard. You'll sit tight for a couple more days, and then I'll let you on your way with a slap on the wrist. Yeah. Probably safer for you to stay put till we're done with Dreyfus. Anyway.
Where do I sign yes?
Oh, no signature necessary.
Okay.
I'll have a word with Holt. Get you something proper to eat.
He nods and says, "Thank you."
You look
Thank
after
you.
yourself.
So you guys can go and shut the door. I didn't make you make any checks in there for the sake of like diplomacy or whatever, or intimidates, because Holt already did it overnight. Like, so it was like I didn't require the PCs to make the checks because you left it with a capable NPC as like a reward for Tesh saving his life. Had he died, that would have gone very differently, right? Like you guys would have had to start
Yeah.
from scratch and blah, blah, blah. But with Tesh saving Holt's life, Holt took care of most of it. He did all the intimidation checks. So good job, Tesh. Saving NPCs is rewarding.
I say you should put them all in a barn and burn them.
Good job, Tyler. Burning NPCs is rewarding.
Oh, no.
All right.
One thing Viggo would say to Triss as they were leaving, he'd say, you ever heard the phrase, the ends justify the means?
Said to who?
To Triss.
Okay.
Right. I suppose I have. I understand the meaning.
So would you do something that might be bad to an individual that might help many?
Like what?
Well, worst case, we can't find Neil. We have something that Neil wants.
Kid's
Last
been through
resorts and
enough.
such.
Doesn't seem right. He told us everything he could.
I hope we find Neil.
Well, Gallon here, I bet is extra tasty.
What? No, thank you. No, thank you.
Well, someone has to lure him in. And from the looks of him, he likes young men. Gallon?
Tris.
Yeah, that's what we call a twink, Gallon. I don't fit that.
Excuse me?
Let's try to avoid using that option.
Friggin' deal. All right. So, you guys are kind of done there. Did you want to try to speak to the COW? Did you want anything else?
I'd rather not speak to the COW, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think we just take the information we've got and leave. I've got a feeling that with the people following us, when we leave here, we're going to be attacked.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't the COW like a tote cock anyway?
Yeah. So we definitely.
Yes, and
While,
she very
yes,
much hates
she
us
was
right
your
now.
total cock. Oh, hi. Hi, Brett.
Ah, that was good
Someone
timing.
please clip that hybrid. That was so perfect.
Hey, guys, I got like really short notice or something. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to make 2 quick phone calls, okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
We'll do.
Has he left us live or muted us?
I don't know. I assumed that meant we were going on
I
break,
think
but
we're
the way,
still-
the way he ended it, that maybe he's just left us. Okay.
This is the professional streamer in him. You know?
Yeah, I assumed that was going to be like a now we're on break thing, but nope.
Artie, why doth
Yeah, I think-
meow at me?
I think we're going to be attacked when we leave here. So
Jake, has
Uh,
anyone ever told you you're paranoid?
once or twice.
Like, I'm not saying I disagree with you.
yeah,
Well,
I have
I
a feeling
mean,
that
you know.
it's going to happen.
I wonder whether
Oh,
you've got,
you'll take over as DM, will you, Messi? All right. Where do we want to go? Make you.
Let's
Okay.
go to Messi's mum's house.
We're all in it. And wow.
Saying I'm sorry, but I'm not.
I don't know. Goblins in trench coats. Sounds
Goblins
like
in
an
trench coats?
interesting
That
thing.
sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that? I'm not reading chat. You trying to tell me that Messi's mum is a goblin in a trench coat?
It's a discovery you can take, Anna. I don't think there's anything else that does it. Maybe a preserving flask. I don't know. I don't know if that works on others though. But there's a discovery that you can take that allows that.
Yeah, I think you're right
fighting
with
some
the.
goblins. How exciting!
Although, actually, given the time, we're probably not going to fight them this session.
Definitely not. I mean, we still got to.
What's going to happen is we're going to walk outside. We're going to get ambushed, and then we're going to cut to next week.
Yeah, I mean, look, if we can get over.
I mean, we're
gonna
actually at the end of our time, aren't we? I don't know why he didn't just like.
Yeah.
I know, that's what I was expecting to happen. I think what it's. I was going to say something now. My brain has completely died. It just clicked off. It's gone. All right. Surely there's another exit we can use, but they're probably watching all the exits. I wonder if there's. Yeah.
I mean, you can jump out the window again. It's already smashed.
You know, I think I might notice that one.
Come on.
That is funny.
What was that? Must have been the wind.
If we can get we'd have to get resin and get over there. I have that detect secret doors, so I could thoroughly kind of examine around there and see if there is any hidden things.
Oh
But
my god,
that'd be a fight anyway.
it's a double trench coat.
That's a good one.
Snotlings, wow. Just because they're goblins, you're so rude.
Wow.
It's a bag of goblins. It's like a bag of holding, but it contains infinite goblins.
Sorry, so my father-in-law is putting a dumpster over at the other place. And I thought I was going to have a couple days heads up. Instead, I had less than an hour heads up. So I had to call people and be like, hey, this is where a dumpster's going. You might not want to have your car in front of that spot because, you know, a truck wants to bring a dumpster there and they want to back that up. And if a truck wants to back up its dumpster, you don't want to be in the way.
That's why you got your little lights and your beepy thing for when you back up your dumpy.
Yeah, well, listen, I do have that, but they might not. And so I just had to have them move a car. So
No, I'm fairly certain it's legal. It's required now.
Oh, really? But what if the car is in the way? If there's nobody in the car,
Well, the car's going to move, isn't it? Because it can hear the beep, beep, beep.
the car's gonna move on its own.
Yeah. Why do you
like
think they
watching
put
airplanes?
beepers on it?
Anyways, so yeah, I just had to make sure that they knew to move out of the way, and I gave them a heads up. So that's nice. That's good news. It's funny. I actually started clearing out this basement yesterday onto the trailer that I have. Like, oh, we're gonna get a dumpster in the next couple of weeks. So let me start loading stuff onto the trailer and throw a tarp on it, and it'll be great. And then literally just Brittany came downstairs, like, you weren't answering the text messages. I'm like, what are you talking about? Less than an hour from now, there's a dumpster going there. Oh, that's not in 3 weeks. Okay. Like, okay, sure. Anyways, now I guess I know what I'm doing with my day. Woohoo! Don't worry, non-lethals. I can still hop on a call too. Don't worry about that. Because I can talk and do other stuff at the same time with my cell phone. Where were we? Because I was just in Dumpsterville. Also, known as
Goblins
Woods
in
of Harbor.
trench coats, I believe.
Isn't that like a Dean Cuddy thing?
Yeah, no, I think there were a group of goblins that we went round the corner into, and there was a big goblin telling what to do, but then they fumbled with their trench coat, and the big goblin's trench coat fell, and actually it was two goblins.
Who were both wearing trench coats as well, I believe.
But much smaller trench coats.
Yeah.
But those two smaller goblins were actually each individually 4 goblins. So there's actually the total of 8 goblins that were there.
I mean, we're
Which
not there
individually were
yet,
their
so
own
like
tiny
a
sized
little bit of
goats.
spoilers. Like I was kind of hoping we'd have to like hit them a little bit, like slimes, hit them until they divide. You know?
They were pretty fun though to have like a beast, like you're fighting I don't know, like a large sized beast. It was like a displacer beast or something like that, and like you hit the thing and all of a sudden it splits into two displacer beasts and it splits into, but as opposed to being like slimes, like it's like actual creatures, and now you have like these like almost like little gibberlings or whatever the old creatures were called, not the mouthers, just kind of like running around, like all over the trees, and when they become like a swarm. Anyways. Now we're in our final form, Gibberling Swarm. All right, let's, where were you going, or were we not going?
I think
I think you were going to wrap it up, Scott, because it's 4 o'clock.
Oh, that's right. I have to wrap it up. Neil doesn't like raw contact. So, I have an alarm set for tonight.
No raw
So we
dogging.
have-
Thank you very much.
We have Jay. Hold on, I have it written here. J Sniperton. It's JSNIPERTON. Tonight at 10 p.m. PDT, which is 1 a.m. EST, is going live with a streamy thingy majiggy. That's around when we finish tonight on Lost Initiative. We have the other campaign. More or less shortly after they get started, depending on how late we go on LI. I'll be raiding into that thing. It's for
Yeah,
St.
but guys,
Jude.
that's J Sniperton.
So Jay Sniperton. The idea is that it's essentially end game Destiny content raids that are meant to require a lot of coordination and teamwork and specific loadouts. Except you can mess with us by, for example, on the stream two nights ago, we had to for like 15 minutes, I think it was, have our X and Y axes inverted, which caused a lot of chaos on a shooter game.
Does that mean you became women?
Anyway, you can cause a lot of chaos, cause us to wipe. Cause us to have a bit of I think there's even if you donate enough to once again St. Jude, you can cause them to reset the entire raid, and these also most of the people joining have Bean Boozled, which is you can donate to get the entire group to or whoever has Bean Boozled to grab a bean, and it'll be either a really good taste or a really horrible taste. And recently he's been making us say if we got a good one to try again. So you're guaranteed to hear some I got dead fish and spoiled milk. Those were horrible.
I mean, it sounds horrible.
Oh yeah, no, that's spoiled milk was the worst. But yeah, so it's a lot of fun, and it's for the kiddos. So,
I mean, my experience with Bean Boozled was just nonstop listening to the sound of Mathis gagging. I mean, just constantly.
It's real bad. It's real bad.
There's so much gagging from Mathis. I mean, we're all at the same table together. He was just sitting there like.
John Mathis was under the table.
Well, it was.
Oh wow.
He wasn't feeling well the next day. Let's just say that.
All right.
Anybody else want to say anything else?
I mean, I'm still in shock about paying money to watch Tesh handle beans, to be honest. Like,
I will clarify. I'm not. The stream that I was a part of was 2 nights ago,
you've
but
done
I am on standby for if they need an extra for any point in the next.
You have
couple
like
days.
a metal pole, so like the alarm will go off and you run to the metal pole and slide down into your streaming room.
No, I just have Twitter DMs. But yeah, it'll be that time, which was 10 p.m. PST to 4 That doesn't add up. Let me grab the tweet again. I got the times wrong.
I love Norway doesn't mince words. He's just like,
Time
yeah,
zones are the worst.
I don't want to watch that. Have a nice week, guys. Thanks for now. I just enjoy it.
Fair. Let me get the exact times for you guys again, because I gave them to Scott earlier. Here we go. Okay, it is 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. I was right, PST. Every night through to Friday. Friday's the last night.
All right.
Okay.
Well, if that's everything, then we can get out of here. I got for Christmas a year and a half ago.
And he's gone.
For Christmas a year and a half ago, Brittany got me a new dartboard, which I have never used once. There are a couple of darts sitting inside of it because technically I threw them at them when they were sitting on the floor once. So I guess I technically kind of used once. And I have an old like dartboard, the cabinet thing that you swing open, you keep track of like the score on the side or whatever. That's what I'm cleaning right now, an old one of those. But the idea is I'm going to set up the dartboard right here. It's like, this is like a good distance.
Like then he walks away and continues talking.
You're so
yeah,
that distance, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Either way, so I'm going to set up a dartboard right there. So actually right there, I can actually play darts, which is super fun. So that's what I've been cleaning while you guys are blathering. But all right, cool. Jay Sniperton, tonight's 1 a.m. EST. Money for St. Jude. Make them suffer. See you tonight at 9 p.m. EST for a Lost Initiative. Let's go, boys. I'll see you guys in non-lethals in a couple of minutes, okay? You should know you should not use a dartboard. He's going to throw a dart into his thigh. How do you throw a dart?
No.
Across
He's
the room
going to
into his thigh?
No, Scott. You're going to throw a dart into your thigh.
It says dart.
No, it says dart.
What?
You should. You're going to. Oh, dartboard dart. Haha. What is a dart? And do you want them inside of you?
I mean, I'm pretty sure you want someone's dart inside of you, Scott.
Oh, vey. Let's raid an old friend.
Yeah, there we go. Messi says, I do.
Messi's like, give me all the darts. I want the
Neil,
darts.
I am. I just wanted to say I'm very disappointed with your emoji. By the way, that is definitely the wrong one to use in Inclame spoilers. And I would prefer it if you used your normal one.
Okay. Okay.